Well, well, well. I'm back again. We are grinding in this month of April as we get closer and closer to the NFL draft. I will be grinding. I am going to get very little sleep. It is going to be hard to get away from me if you are a Dallas Cowboy fan. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G. I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And if you haven't already, please like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we go live or we post another video. And if you haven't become a member already, please subscribe and become a channel member. We have a lot of great things coming in the future. This channel, again, it's dedicated to the Dallas Cowboys, and not just to the Dallas Cowboys. I'm an actual Dallas Cowboy fan. So if you are a negative Dallas Cowboy fan, this is probably not the place for you. But if you love the Dallas Cowboys, this is the place for you. And even if you hate the Dallas Cowboys, this is the place for you too. You're just not going to like it, some of the things I'm saying. But again, today's show, we will be talking about Joe Milton III. And oh man, I am going to dedicate the first few moments of this show to one Lesean McCoy. But before I go in on Lesean McCoy, we're going to give a little bit of a roll call. And if everyone else, we'll give you the roll call as you come in. But for sure, let's get our roll call on. Let's go. Let's get it. Big Dal, what's going on? Big Dal, I'm with you. I'm already over it too. Did I not? Big Dal, this is my second show for the day. I said, let's go ahead and prepare ourselves now. Let's prepare ourselves now, because all of the Lesean McCoys are going to come out of the woodworks. We might as well get ready. David J, appreciate you being back here with me. Keith, what up? Duckface, what's up? What's good? Hallelujah. DC4L. My girl Brandy, what's up? Shady hates Dak, no surprise. Hey, Brandy, tell us something we don't know. We know we hate it. We know we hate him. Ransom Nicholas, what's up? He said they should start Joe Day wanting to trade Dak. Ransom, stop it. You know that you know that ain't happening. Hallelujah. He come in here tripping, didn't he? Wait, sweated. See, Burleson, salute to you too. What's up? Tim Pannell, what's going on? Yes, sir. God bless. Intelligent. Yes. I have to agree with you, intelligent. Hit that like button. Salute to you too. Appreciate you. Rocco, what's up? What up? We're gonna talk about Joe Milton some more. We're gonna talk about some Joe Milton some more. Danny, that Lakers Nation in the house. What's going on? Good to see you. Steve Campanella, what's up? Yes, sir. What's up with you? CJ, what's up? Mike McCain, what's cracking? Hey, you know what's all about the Cowboys. Yeah. David J, I'm laughing. David J, he said, I think that Dak stole Shady's girlfriend. Well, he probably got the girlfriend that Shady won't. Man, he probably wouldn't want some of those girls. John Jones, what up with you? Cowboys Nation. Yeah, Rocco, man, it's the Milton trade. These people are going crazy. Again, Joe Milton, what we're going to do today, we are going to make sure we're not going to throw shade at Joe Milton. We will speak facts about Joe Milton so everyone can understand what Joe Milton is, and also understand Joe Milton is not here to replace Dak Prescott. He's not here to replace Dak Prescott. We got to stop this nonsense. So I want to go over here in the beginning And I'm gonna have to send Mike Fisher. I'm going to have to send Mike Fisher something on X. The article I want to reference today. I appreciate this reference from one Mike Fisher at Athlon Sports. He calls it Cowboys Country, whatever the case may be. Shout out to him. But, bro, Mike Fisher, are you over this? Is Mike Fisher over Athlon Sports? If Mike Fisher is over Athlon Sports, we're going to have to talk. We are going to have to talk about this dude, about this Nate Lunak. What's going on, Cowboy Trey in his crib? What's up with you? Miss Matrix, good to see you again. Nisi, what's up? Nisi, I already know you're gonna have some crazy stuff to say in here today. I'm gonna open up the phone lines at some point on this show. I'm thinking I'm gonna try to go to about 7:30, but I am gonna open up the phone lines. I want to hear some of the things that you guys have to say about this. Oh, Jigga man, my man Jigga, he said it right. Ain't no news like Cowboys news. Boy, for real though. Hey, Jigga, this is the only team I know of that we're the only team I know of. There will be good news about our team, and people will find a way to turn it into something negative. We're the only team I know that this happens to. George, I like Joe Milton too. Again, we're the only ones that do this. Ransom, Joe Milton is not the Dak Prescott replacement. Please understand that. He's not the Dak Prescott replacement. He is the Dak Prescott backup. And he's not even the backup yet. We did the same stuff. You know what this is deja vu of? I'm having Trey Lance deja vu all over again. I'm having Trey Lance deja vu all over again. The Cowboys got Trey Lance. Now listen to me carefully. The entire football world will all kind of the same way. The Cowboys gave up too much for Trey Lance. Nobody else was even close to giving the San Francisco 49ers what they wanted for Trey Lance. There was nobody who had half a brain when it comes to football. Other than Shady McCoy, there was nobody that had half a brain that was even trying to say that Trey Lance was going to be the Dak Prescott replacement, except for people like Shady McCoy and the people of his ilk who don't like Dak Prescott. Guess where Trey Lance is right now? Joe Milton III. We're not going to throw any shade at Joe Milton III. All we're going to do is speak facts. Joe Milton III, 6-year quarterback in college, 1 starting season, 6th round draft pick. Trey Lance was a 1st round draft pick at least. 1st round draft pick, San Francisco 49ers. Everything was saying the same thing about Trey Lance. Big frame, big arm, run the ball, athletic ability. He's taking Dak Prescott's place. He is not even on a team right now. This is foolishness. I like the Joe Milton trade. I do. Let's stop acting like Joe Milton is going to come into Dallas and take Dak's spot. Let me tell you how crazy some of the Dallas Cowboy fan base is. Do y'all know there was no other team in the NFL? We're only going to speak facts. No shade on Joe Milton. You do realize we were the only team willing to give up a 5th round draft pick for Joe Milton, right? This is not shade on Joe Milton. This is to get some sense and to bring people back down to earth. 31 other teams passed on Joe Milton. Let me show you something else. Somebody got to speak the truth, and I'm going to do it. Somebody got to speak the truth. Not so that we put shade on one Joe Milton. We got to put things into perspective. Two things can be true. Great pickup for the Cowboys, not the replacement for Dak Prescott. Both of those things can be true. Joe Milton is actually a developmental quarterback. Joe Milton is a developmental quarterback. The one thing that we know, as far as we read this morning, we'll read some more of these things this evening. Understand Joe Milton, please, people. We got to stop doing this stuff when it comes to the Cowboys. Joe, you got to understand, you got to look at his draft profile. You have to see the things that were being said about him because those things still stand true as it applies to Joe Milton. Joe Milton actually needs a couple of years under Dak Prescott. Joe Milton needs a couple of years under Dak Prescott before we can even be saying that he's a starter in the league. Because I'm just bewildered by, it's funny to me. The Dak Prescott haters act like that the Dallas Cowboys have the best scouting program in the entire NFL. That the Dallas Cowboys scouting program is so much better than all 31 other teams that we're the only ones that decided to give up a fifth-round pick for Joe Milton III that no one else was willing to give up. Do we not realize that's what happened to us? The same thing we did with Trey Lance. No one else was willing to give up a fourth-round draft pick for Trey Lance. We're the only ones who were willing to do it. Two things can be true. Joe Milton is a great trade for the Cowboys. Joe Milton is not the starting he's not even a starting quarterback in this league. He's not a starting quarterback in this league. That's not a knock. That is not a knock on Joe Milton. Let me give you a little bit of facts here. Let me bring us back down to earth. So let me show you how insane this is. The Tennessee Titans are going in the draft and get Cam Ward. We're saying, or some of us haters are saying, that Joe Milton III is going to take the place of a top 5 quarterback in Dak Prescott. That he's better than Dak Prescott. That if he's better than Dak Prescott, then understand, get the hatred out of your eyes and your ears. I guarantee you Dak Prescott on the open market would have commanded a first-round draft pick minimum, probably 2. Probably 2. If Dak was to let the Cowboys trade him, I promise you he's not going for anything less than 2 first-rounders and some change. So if Joe Milton III is this hidden gold mine, explain to me again. Explain to me again why the Tennessee Titans wouldn't say, hey, man, Joe Milton III is better than everyone thinks. You know what we could do? We could trade the first-round pick. We could trade the first-round pick for 2 or 3 number ones. We could trade the first-round pick and go get Joe Milton. Why didn't they do it? Let me bring us Dallas Cowboy haters down to earth. Let me bring you down to earth. You need to be brought down to earth. Stop trying to act like that we have the smartest scouting department in the NFL. And we're seeing something that no one else is seeing. No, they're seeing it. They know that Joe Milton is talented. There were other teams that were interested in Joe Milton. But guess what? The New England Patriots were trying to get a third-round draft pick for one Joe Milton. Do we realize they couldn't get a third? Let me go even further. Do we realize they couldn't get a fourth? Do we realize there was only one NFL team that we know of that will throw away a fourth-round draft pick at a whim? They'll throw away a fourth-round draft pick. They were willing to give a fifth-round draft pick for a quarterback that no one else was obviously willing to give a fifth-round draft pick for. Is Joe Milton a good trade at the fifth round for the Dallas Cowboys to be a possible backup quarterback to Dak Prescott in the future? Yes. Is he Dak Prescott's replacement? No. We don't think. The Cleveland Browns. So we don't think that the Cleveland Browns needs a quarterback. Deshaun Watson is toast. He's going to miss another season because of an Achilles. They probably will get the last year, and I would even be surprised if the doggone Cleveland Browns next year just say, man, forget it. We're just going to take the L on the Deshaun Watson contract and let this man walk and eat $50 million. Why wouldn't they get Joe Milton? We read an article this morning. Why wouldn't the New York Giants get Joe Milton? The Las Vegas Raiders, why wouldn't they get Joe Milton rather than trading for Geno Smith? The New York Jets need a quarterback. Why wouldn't they get Joe Milton? Do we see the logic that I'm using here? We got to stop thinking that 31 other teams are dumb. 31 other teams are not dumb. If Joe Milton is better than Dak Prescott, then Joe Milton is better than Sam Darnold. Why didn't the Seattle Seahawks? Joe Milton III has been out there. The New England Patriots have been talking about they want to trade him for a third. Seattle, they instead chose Sam Darnold. Do you know they could have got him for chicken feed? Let me give you another. Let me give you the primest examples of the fact all the Dak Prescott haters, slow your roll. Slow your roll. Let me drop a hint for us for people who can see the screen. Out of Tampa Bay, Denver, Pittsburgh, the Chargers, Green Bay, and Minnesota, which one of these teams right now need a quarterback so bad it's killing them right now? Which one of these teams need a quarterback? Maybe there are some people who are somewhere in La La Land. Do we not know that the Pittsburgh Steelers desperately need a quarterback? The Pittsburgh Steelers desperately need a quarterback. They didn't give up a third round. They didn't give up a fourth round. Heck, they didn't even give up a fifth round for Joe Milton III. Dallas Cowboy fans, let's come back down to earth. Let's come back down to earth, you people who are hating on Dak Prescott. This actually isn't a Dak Prescott discussion. I do this the same way I do a lot of these dumb arguments that people make. Can we bring this back to the NFL? We make arguments into Dallas Cowboys arguments. They're actually not Dallas Cowboys arguments. It was just like when I was talking about Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen is actually not a Dallas Cowboy argument. Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper, Asante Samuel. Do you know what those players are? They're NFL arguments. It's not why haven't the Dallas Cowboys went out and got those players. The question is, why are those players still out there and no one in the NFL has went and got them? Why? Why are they still out there? For all these people who do all this great work, and they do great work, telling us every reason why that the Cowboys should get this player and get that player and get this player. For every one of those people who do that great work, these teams are doing greater work. They're doing greater work because that's their job. It's not their part-time job. It's their job to do the work on players to see if players fit their systems. Could these players take them to another level? And I'm telling us the entire NFL has spoke on Joe Milton III. We were not willing to give up anything more than a sixth or a seventh. And then if the Cowboys to give up a fifth, they can have him. Slow down, Dallas Cowboy fans. Joe Milton is a great trade for us. we're better at backup quarterback than we were last year. And that's a good thing. Joe Milton III has the potential. Joe Milton III is going to need some work, but he has the potential to be a good quarterback and could in another 3 to 4 years. And by that time, he'll be 29. He will not be the Dak Prescott replacement. He'll be the Dak Prescott bridge because the Cowboys will go and get another quarterback, and they'll probably get that one in the first round. It'll be late in the first round, but they'll get that one in the first round. Intelligent Savage, facts. The Steelers were in the bidding for Joe Milton, and they need a starting quarterback. We got him for a fifth. We got Joe Milton the third and a 7th round pick back. What are we crying about here? Intelligent Savage. People don't understand logic, bro. The Cowboys got him for what he is, a backup quarterback. Because if he's that good and he's better than Dak Prescott, ask the Pittsburgh Steelers for everybody saying the brother in the comments talking about start him day one. Ask Pittsburgh if they had a choice to choose between Dak Prescott and Joe Milton III. Ask them which one would they pick. Come on, man. Come on, we got to be smarter than this. Man, we got to be smarter than this. Come on, man. Joe Milton III is a great pickup for the Cowboys. We're not going to trash Joe Milton III, but we are going to say what Joe Milton III is. Is he a 6th round draft pick? Facts. That's not shade. That's facts. Is he a player that can splash? Can he make big plays? Yes, that's facts too. Problem is, and based on some of you who I trust, who watch college football way more than I do, a lot of inconsistency. Boy, Big Cloud, you better stop telling truth up in here. Big Cloud, you can't ask these questions around people who don't like the truth. This is the question I was asking this morning, similar to the question I was asking this morning. What did the Patriots see with Milton that put him up for trade is the question. They kept Joshua Dobbs over him. It doesn't make sense. Now, a part of me says that this is an issue of they didn't want him showing up, maybe Drake, what's his name, Drake Mays or whatever. They didn't want him showing up at quarterback. But again, we got to understand for what it is. Milton can learn here, but he's a backup, period. Ice cold. That's the cold-hearted facts, Ice Cold. That's the cold-hearted facts. Keystone Cowboy, New Orleans need a quarterback too. Keystone, why didn't New Orleans get him? Why didn't they bring him in? Nobody was willing to give up this kind of draft. It's crazy. Ron said, I don't like it. Use those later picks to move back up to get players that are the Cowboys' future, not temporary insurance. And this may be what he turns out to be. This is bringing me deja vu with Trey Lance. Folks lost their mind. People need to ask themselves a question. Is this about someone being better than Dak Prescott, or is this actually about people who don't like Dak Prescott? They really need to ask themselves these questions. Shay, oh, don't you worry, Jared. Boy, I got a video out of this world for Lesean McCoy. You just wait. I got a video. You're going to love it tonight. I got a video out of this world for him. Drew 912. No team has given up 2 first-round picks for Dak. I bet you they would have. I'm willing, and I'm not a betting man. Drew 912. I'm willing to bet you 2 paychecks. They would have given up 2 first-round draft picks for Dak Prescott. I guarantee you the Pittsburgh Steelers would have in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat, the Pittsburgh Steelers would have given up 2 first-round draft picks for Dak Prescott. Because what quarterback in the draft could the Pittsburgh Steelers get better than Dak Prescott? If Dak Prescott, and let's just think, when Dak Prescott first signed that extension, Drew 912, name me the quarterback. Name me the quarterback that they would have gotten now. Let's just start from that point till now. What quarterback could the Pittsburgh Steelers, based on where they are in the draft right now, based on where they were in the draft last year, name the quarterback in the first round, Drew, that they would have gotten is better than Dak Prescott? You know how I know what I'm saying is true? Because they didn't get that quarterback. They didn't get that quarterback. They didn't get that quarterback, and they're not going to get that quarterback because, let me show you the facts. Name me the quarterback. Drew, name me the quarterback. Name me the quarterback. Anybody. Name me the quarterback back here where the Pittsburgh Steelers are picking at number 21. Name me the quarterback that the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to get at number 21 in this year's week quarterback draft. Name me the quarterback they're going to get better than Dak Prescott. Name him. I'm gonna wait on the answer. I'm going to wait on the answer. I'm not going to hold my breath. And that's no diss to you, Drew, because I got a lot of respect for you and your knowledge. But I'm talking in common sense terms. There were teams that would have given up 2 first-round draft picks, because when you're looking at giving up first-round draft picks for a quarterback, especially like Dak Prescott, it's the same thing you do when you sign a quarterback like Dak Prescott. You have to look at what's in the draft this season, what's going to be in the draft next season. Will those quarterbacks be better than Dak Prescott based on where we're going to draft? And based on where the Pittsburgh Steelers drafted last year, based on the quarterbacks they brought in last year, based on where the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to draft this year, based on what the Pittsburgh Steelers are trying to do this year at quarterback, they would have gladly, the Pittsburgh Steelers would gladly give up 2 first-round draft picks for Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott would have been the answer for the Pittsburgh Steelers, not only for last year and this year. Dak Prescott would have been the answer for the Pittsburgh Steelers for the next 5 seasons. The next 5 seasons, the same way that Dak Prescott is the answer for the Dallas Cowboys for the next 4 seasons. And believe me, you heard it here first. I'm not going to be shocked. Some of you are going to be shocked. If Dak Prescott is still playing at a high level, Dak Prescott's going to get an extension. Book it. Dak Prescott's going to get an extension. It won't be a 5-year, won't be a 4-year. Dak Prescott will probably get another 2-year to 3-year extension from the Dallas Cowboys, which will probably be just a 2-year extension to where the Cowboys can push some more money down the road. Dak Prescott will probably give them, and I'm sure he'll probably give them a great discount. Dak Prescott will play for the Cowboys another 2 years and probably retire somewhere around 38 years old with the Dallas Cowboys. Book it. The Pittsburgh Steelers, when you look at what they did last year at quarterback, and when you look at the possibility of what they're going to do this year at quarterback, name me the quarterback at 21 that's better than Dak Prescott. There's not a quarterback in this draft better than Dak Prescott. There's not a quarterback in this draft better than Dak Prescott. Cam Ward is not better than Dak Prescott. Shedeur Sanders is not even close to Dak Prescott. Cam Ward is not close to Dak Prescott. There is not a quarterback in this draft that is close to Dak Prescott. And if you were to give these teams an opportunity, I guarantee you, the only logic in these teams taking a quarterback over Dak Prescott would be if they are trying to win now or if they're looking at 5 years down the future. But you got to think about the New York Giants. How much better does Dak Prescott make the New York Giants right now? Right now. How much better does Dak Prescott make the New York Giants? Las Vegas Raiders. Do you think that if there was a choice between Geno Smith and Dak Prescott, that the Las Vegas Raiders is picking Geno Smith? The Las Vegas Raiders would take Dak Prescott over Geno Smith and would have gave up their number 1 draft pick and would have gave up a number 1 draft pick next year. Why not? Why wouldn't you? Why would you not give up 2 first-round draft picks for a top 5 quarterback? Why wouldn't you? This year's number 1 draft pick would be a no-brainer. Dak Prescott is better than any quarterback you get this year. Looking on the horizon, what quarterback do you bring in next year that's better than Dak Prescott? At the moment you bring him in, is he better? How long will it take for him to get up to speed and be better than Dak Prescott? No. These teams, I promise you, Drew, they would have gladly. It wouldn't have even been a thought, because when you think in the common sense terms, I'll tell you another team. Do you think of Kellen Moore? Do we really think if Kellen Moore had an opportunity to get Dak Prescott, do we not understand the best stats that Kellen Moore has put up in the NFL as an offensive coordinator? Dak Prescott. Kellen Moore has not looked the same since Dak Prescott. You know what made him look good in Philadelphia? Well, it wasn't his play calling. I can remember even towards the end of the season, there were people ripping the play calling to Kellen Moore. You know what made Kellen Moore's play calling simple? Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley. Hand the ball off. What a novel idea. When you get a running back who has the most explosive plays in the NFL, was it Kellen Moore's play calling? Anybody go look at Jalen Hurts' numbers under Kellen Moore? Especially in the Super Bowl season? Was it Kellen Moore? Or was it Jalen Hurts? Or was it Saquon Barkley? Or was it the combination that they had the best team in the NFL after the Detroit Lions got decimated on defense? With injuries. When you think about this from a common sense standpoint, if you are a football team that you want to win within the next 2 to 3 seasons, and one thing we know about this league, let me tell y'all about this league. This league isn't like it used to be. This league used to be willing to build 3 to 4 years and hit a championship in the 5th year. That is not what this league is anymore. This league is always looking for ways to win right now. Let me tell you about these teams right here. There's not a one of these teams right now that are drafting in the top 8. There's not a one of these teams in that top 8 that are saying, yeah, man, we're going to get on like a 2 or 3 year trajectory. And about the 4th year, we're going to hit the ground running and we'll be ready. No. They want to win right now. How much better does Dak Prescott make the New York Giants right now? And when you look at the fact that the coach and the offensive coordinator, their jobs are on the line. And if the Cowboys were trading Dak Prescott and they were offering the New York Giants Dak Prescott for 2 first-round draft picks, how much do you bet the head coach and the offensive coordinator would be down on their knees, beating the door down, saying, please bring in Dak Prescott because he instantly brings us wins? They would be willing to give up 2 first-round draft picks. Why not? What good do they do you if you don't have the quarterback? What good do they do you if you can't get the quarterback? The quarterback in this draft in particular, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, for a lot of these teams, they're telling us they're really a stretch. They're hoping that Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders are going to be actual first-round quarterbacks because in drafts past, they wouldn't be first-rounders. They would not be first-rounders. Some people would even tell you that Shedeur Sanders wouldn't be a first-rounder if his last name wasn't Sanders. I'm just telling you what people are saying. So again, Dak Prescott, 2 first-rounders, even these teams, they would love to get Dak Prescott for 2 first-rounders because you take care of the quarterback position for at least 4 years with Dak Prescott. Real Fan 1, Kellen Moore would want Dak only to get blamed and fired for his bad play again. No, Kellen Moore would want Dak Prescott. Kellen Moore would want Dak Prescott. Kellen Moore does not have a Super Bowl ring, Real Fan 1, not because of Jalen Hurts. It's not why he has we got to stop. We got to stop this. This is the same Jalen Hurts 2 years previous went to the Super Bowl and didn't win. What is the difference in the Super Bowl win for the Philadelphia Eagles? What was different? 2 things. Their defensive line was absolutely despicable nasty. And Saquon Barkley was hands down the best running back in the league and the most explosive player in the NFL. I'll use Jalen Hurts' words against any of us anytime we start talking this stuff. Jalen Hurts, the moment they walked up to him and they said, Jalen Hurts, what do you think? Defense wins championships. That's Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts said that. Defense wins championships. Give Saquon Barkley credit. The Kansas City Chiefs said, we're going to stop Saquon Barkley. You know what the Eagles did? They ran the ball 27 times and only got 57 yards. Saquon Barkley deserves a lot of credit for that Super Bowl because even with only getting 57 yards, he kept the Kansas City Chiefs defense honest. That if you if you even give me an inkling of daylight, if you start saying you're going to stop Jalen Hurts, I'm going to gut you bad. I'm going to hit you for 60 or 70. If you don't dedicate everything you have to stopping me all day long, I'm going to hit you for 260-yard runs. The Kansas City Chiefs, they stayed on Saquon Barkley. Kellen Moore would bring in Dak Prescott in a heartbeat. And I'm going to tell you another reason why I know what I'm talking about, Real Fan One. I'm going to tell you what I know. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not using conjecture. I'm telling you the facts. You know how I know what I'm talking about? You don't think when these agents, I think we're naive when it comes to trades and things of that nature. You don't think that Dak Prescott's agent, Todd France, you don't think he was smart enough to tell the Dallas Cowboys that if you don't get Dak Prescott, no problem. No problem. No problem. Because we got teams that are lined up to get Dak Prescott. And even Ian Rappaport, they were all reporting this. There are teams ready right now that if the Cowboys let Dak Prescott hit the open market, you know why they hit the $60 million mark? Because they were smart enough to go out and test the market without Dak Prescott being on the market. And they started finding out what would teams be willing to give for Dak Prescott. You don't give Dak Prescott $55 or $60 million. You don't give him $231 million guaranteed unless you know there are other teams that are willing to give Dak Prescott that same amount of money or more. We do know that this is how this works, right? I mean, we do know this is how this works. This works the same with any and every player. Before they give these players these contracts, you know what they want to know? Who would want them? Why would you pay a quarterback? Why would you make a quarterback the highest paid quarterback if you know no one else is going to make him the highest paid quarterback unless you know there are some people who want him? Case in point, Joe Milton III. Why do you think the Cowboys gave up a fifth to get Joe Milton III? Because there were other people who were willing to obviously give up sixth-round picks for Joe Milton. There were people who were willing to give up. I won't go a fifth, I'll go a sixth. Guess what the Cowboys said? I'll go a fifth. People pay you or trade you by demand. They pay or trade you by demand, and especially when you're talking about these types of contracts. I really do think we blind ourselves when it comes to Dak Prescott. I don't think we understand how good other teams know Dak Prescott is. You know what other teams look at Dak Prescott and say? See, they have scouts. They're not like the media. They're not like Lesean McCoy. Lesean McCoy don't like Dak Prescott. It's obvious. Tell us something new. Now, he'll tell you, if you really start getting down to some brass taxes, he'll tell you how good Dak Prescott is. He'll tell you he's good. But he also knows, I want the clicks. I want the likes. I want those things. But understand something that the scouts know. The scouts know how good Dak Prescott is. That's the part we don't understand. They know how good Dak Prescott is. The scouts know this stuff. If Dak Prescott would have hit the open market, Dak Prescott would have got the same amount of money that he got from the Dallas Cowboys. Mike could have got more. He got the same amount of money. Todd France and these guys, they're smart at what they do. They test this stuff. They know what they're doing. They will not dare come to a team talking about a certain amount of money without knowing another team is going to pay that money. Case in point, Micah Parsons. You don't think that Micah Parsons' agent knows what Micah Parsons is worth on the open market? We don't think he knows this. He knows what Micah Parsons, the Cowboys haven't tested it, but I bet you he has. I bet you he knows. I bet you he's been talking already to other agents, other teams. This is the dirty underbelly. And this is exactly what we're seeing with Micah Parsons in this deal. This is the dirty underbelly of the agent world. They know exactly what they're doing. We got to stop thinking that everybody is dumb except for the Dallas Cowboys. We'll think that Dallas Cowboys are either the smartest team in the league, and then we'll accuse them of being the dumbest team in the league. We got to understand something. A lot of these other teams are speaking on things that we're doing, and we're thinking this is a Dallas Cowboy thing. It's an NFL thing. Dak Prescott would have got $231 million from another team too. He would have. Dak Prescott would have got that money from them. He would have got it. Intelligent Savage, he said at least 10-7 and 12-5 at worst for both the Midgets and the Seahawks are playoff bound. And I'm pretty sure you're talking about if they get Dak Prescott. They would have talked. They're talking about winning now. Dak Prescott would have made some of these teams win now. And I'm telling you, Pittsburgh was one of the very teams. Pittsburgh was one of the very teams that when it was being talked about that Dak Prescott may hit the open market, Pittsburgh was one of the very teams. The name kept coming up. The name kept coming up, Dak Prescott. Let me go to a super chat real quick. David. Appreciate that super chat. David J said, these Dak haters are sad. G, he said every single one of them fails to take everything into account when the Cowboys lose. Forget the lack of a running game. Forget the lack of a run defense. It's always Dak. David J. And let me make this point. Do you know how many teams, I guarantee you, there are teams that look at the Dallas Cowboys. And you know what they're saying? If we had Dak Prescott. I'm telling you, there are teams that think that. If we had Dak Prescott, we could win with Dak Prescott. If you don't think teams are saying that, I'm just telling you, they're saying it. And I know they're saying it, and that's the reason why Dak Prescott was able to get that deal. They said it. Imagine Dak Prescott with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Just imagine it. One of the first things that Mike Tomlin would have got Dak Prescott is a run game. The second thing Mike Tomlin would have got Dak Prescott is another wide receiver. Pittsburgh with Dak Prescott would be 3 or 4 moves away from probably going to the Super Bowl. Imagine how good Pittsburgh has been with less than mediocre quarterback play. Think about it. Imagine if they got Dak Prescott. I guarantee you Mike Tomlin wouldn't tell you he wouldn't have gave up 2 first-round draft picks, Drew, for Dak Prescott. He'd have gladly gave him up. Because in this weak quarterback draft and the quarterback draft last year, Pittsburgh Steelers can't find a quarterback. Quarterbacks are hard to find. I can tell you now the New York Giants, Dieball is sweating. He's sweating because he knows that in order for Shedeur Sanders to be successful, Shedeur Sanders is going to need weapons. And I mean, he's going to need major weapons. Warren Sapp even said it. He's going to need weapons. He's not only going to need weapons, he's going to need an offense specifically tailored for him. Do they have enough time to do that for him? Because if anything, if Shedeur Sanders fail, they're out. They're out. But you know for a fact, if you get Dak Prescott, the one thing we know about Dak Prescott when he's healthy, double-digit wins. Double-digit wins. Fact, you can go check the record. Every year that Dak Prescott is healthy or plays more than 10 games, the Cowboys are playoff bound. They're playoff bound. And so we're one of those teams, we don't understand how good Dak Prescott is. And I promise you, other teams would gladly take Dak Prescott off our hands. They would gladly take him off our hands. And again, what is it to give up 2 first-round draft picks? Drew, let me prove my point again. The San Francisco 49ers gave up 2 first-rounders for Trey Lance, and they never even saw him play an NFL down. I promise you, Kyle Shanahan would have gladly given up 2 first-round draft picks for Dak Prescott, knowing, I can win with him. I can win with Dak Prescott. My quarterback woes have been answered. And Kyle Shanahan, he has some reservations about Brock Purdy. Y'all think about the only thing that has truly kept Kyle Shanahan from winning a Super Bowl. Quarterback play. Quarterback play is the only thing that has held Kyle Shanahan back. He was 1 throw away with Jimmy Garoppolo, 1 drive away with Brock Purdy. When it came down where the rubber meets the road and it was the quarterback, that's where the 49ers lost. If we could put Dak Prescott with the weapons that Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo have enjoyed, imagine Dak Prescott, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey, the rest of that. I mean, we're talking about Kittle. Imagine, tell me the team that Dak Prescott has played on that was as loaded as some of those San Francisco teams. If Dak Prescott had ever played on one of those teams that was as loaded as those San Francisco teams, I would be joining in with y'all. I would be telling you, man, Dak Prescott is the sole reason why this team hasn't got over the hump, but he's not. We focus on Dak Prescott's performance. We never focus on the performance around Dak Prescott. Go look at the people. Go look at the performances. Go look at the Michael Parsons. Go look at the CeeDee Lambs. Go look at the Ezekiel Elliott. Go look at these skill positions. You will find the answers to why does it seem like in the playoffs, Dak Prescott, we can't get over the hump. Well, if you go look at those games, it's not Dak Prescott. It's what Dak Prescott lacks that becomes the problem in those games. Okay, you got 1 wide receiver. We'll take him away. You can't run the ball. We'll rush 4 and drop 7. That's what Green Bay did. When you have deficiencies, I don't care who your quarterback is. Rush 4 and drop 7 is the Patrick Mahomes killer. I'm talking Patrick Mahomes. If you can rush 4 and drop 7, that's the Patrick Mahomes killer. That's the Dak Prescott killer. That's the Lamar Jackson killer. That's the Josh Allen killer. That's the defense that says we're going to make Lamar Jackson have to throw the ball. And when he throws the ball, there'll be tight window throws. We'll make him have multiple turnovers in the playoffs. Josh Allen, we'll make him have to beat us with his arm. He's not going to be able to do it either because he's a turnover machine. That's what you do with those defenses. You require so many weapons. Think about it. Brian Schottenheimer said it the other day. Didn't he say it yesterday? Brian Schottenheimer said, these new defenses, they are 7 deep. First-round draft picks. The defensive lines have gotten so good. They've gotten so good. You have to find ways to nullify what these teams can do. And what a lot of teams are going to attempt to do, the Cowboys are going to attempt to do it too. Matt Eberflus is going to attempt. And we're going to see how this works with Micah Parsons. And again, I'm not going to be surprised if we see Micah Parsons blitzing from the linebacker position. Because Matt Eberflus said, and he said it clearly, he's going to rush the quarterback. He said nothing more, nothing less. Cowboys may actually try to go with two true defensive ends on the edge, freeing up Micah Parsons to rush from the linebacker position and really get busy. We're going to see. But again, I'm just telling you, quarterback is so, it is, these teams need quarterbacks so bad, man. They need quarterbacks so bad. It makes them no difference to give up 2 first-round draft picks because, let me give you another case in point. I'm just going to show you what I'm telling you makes sense. The team that I'm going to use an example of is, hold on, let me before I spoil it. Let me show you why I know that teams would be willing to give up a first-round draft pick, and they would have gave up 2 first-round draft picks for Dak Prescott. Let me tell you why. Okay. So does anybody remember? And let me see if I can pull this up here. All right. So I want you to think about this. The Tennessee Titans are the epitome of what I'm talking about. Does anybody remember what the Tennessee Titans did? And what really did Mike Vrabel in a sense, in Tennessee? He couldn't find the quarterback. He couldn't find the quarterback to replace the quarterback that he had. In 2022, for whatever reason, they thought Malik Willis was going to be the answer for the Tennessee Titans. Malik Willis never turned out. They came back in 2023. They drafted Will Levis. This was just 2023. Again, now it looks like that they're going to get Cam Ward in the first round. So if you're Tennessee, and in the last 3 years, here you are again, your 3rd season in a row, guess what the Tennessee Titans are looking for? The Tennessee Titans are looking for a quarterback. So you're telling me that the Tennessee Titans wouldn't be willing to give up 2 first-round draft picks, and that Dak Prescott wouldn't absolutely be better than Malik Willis and Will Levis, and would have put them in a position in 2024 that they wouldn't actually be looking for a quarterback. They would now be looking for the weapons and the defense to put opposite of Dak Prescott, building the trenches. So you're telling me they wouldn't be willing to do that? There are teams, I'm telling you, there are teams that would have been willing to give the Dallas Cowboys 2 first-round draft picks for a quarterback, because this league is teaching us something. It is hard to find quarterbacks, Drew. It's hard to find quarterbacks. It is. It's hard to find quarterbacks. Let me tell you something. The New York Giants are taking a serious chance on Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders is not his father. Deion Sanders was a sure thing. Everybody knew it. We don't know if Shedeur Sanders is a sure thing. We don't. And the thing that tells me we don't know, he's not even the number one rated quarterback in this. And there are still people who are saying that if Deion wasn't his father, he wouldn't be the number 2 quarterback. I'm just telling us, man, quarterbacks are hard to find. Drew said once the 49ers got the lead against the Cowboys, they knew they had the game won because they knew Dak was not bringing them back. It will be the same this season. Drew 912. That glass is either half empty or half full. You just gave me the half empty answer. I'm going to give you the half full answer. You know why the San Francisco 49ers knew Dak Prescott wasn't bringing them back? Can you tell me what he was bringing them back with? What was Dak Prescott bringing the Dallas Cowboys back with? We don't have to make this argument about the 49ers because the 49ers, every time the Cowboys have faced them, have been better than the Cowboys for the most part. We can make this argument with the Green Bay Packers. Can somebody tell me? We don't have to go to the 49ers. What was Dak bringing back the Dallas Cowboys against the Green Bay Packers with? Tell me. Tell me what he was bringing them back with. Tell me what he was bringing them back with when they scored 9 out of 10 times on us. Dak Prescott was not bringing us back against the Green Bay Packers because we couldn't stop the Green Bay Packers from scoring. That's number one. Dak Prescott was not bringing us back against bringing us back against the Green Bay Packers because we only had one wide receiver and they took CeeDee Lamb away. Dak Prescott was not bringing us back against the Green Bay Packers because we were playing with a run game that was not efficient enough. The only way Dak Prescott was bringing us back against the Green Bay Packers, he was going to have to some kind of way magically turn into Lamar Jackson, and he was going to literally have to run four touchdowns on his own because they had taken whatever little bit of weapons we had away. See, we keep talking about Dak Prescott bringing us back. Dak Prescott is not who teams are game planning against. Who they're game planning against is the players that Dak Prescott has. They're saying Dak can't beat us. If we take away the few weapons that he has, there's a difference. There's a difference. It's not Dak Prescott, it's who we have around Dak Prescott. Let me give you the Jalen Hurts argument again. You know why the Kansas City Chiefs had no chance against the Philadelphia Eagles? And I was saying this from the beginning, from the moment the playoffs started, I said the Philadelphia Eagles will make it to the Super Bowl. And as we noticed that the Philadelphia Eagles were going to play the Kansas City Chiefs, people thought I was crazy. Anybody will tell you, I thought it was going to be a blowout. I thought it was going to be a blowout. You know why I thought it was going to be a blowout? The Philadelphia Eagles were a very difficult team to beat because the question is, it was no longer about Jalen Hurts bringing you back. The Philadelphia Eagles put themselves in a position to where Jalen Hurts was not the answer to them winning. He was a piece of the puzzle to them winning. He wasn't the answer to them winning. They gave him two great runs. Again, A.J. Brown, not a top 5 wide receiver. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, top 5 wide receiver duo in the league. I would dare say top 3. I can't think off the top of my head other than the Cincinnati Bengals and now the Los Angeles Rams, since they added Devontae Adams. I can't think of a better wide receiver duo. I can't. I can't think of a better running back in this league than Saquon Barkley. Jalen Hurts had him. I can't think of a better offensive line than the Philadelphia Eagles. And the one thing none of us can argue, there was no better defensive line in football this year than the Philadelphia Eagles defensive line. They went and did a great job in the draft over the last couple of years at defensive back where they were suffering. And people don't realize, and they sneakily went and got their linebacker core way above average. When I played the Dallas Cowboys, Drew, when I played the Dallas Cowboys, you know how easy it is to beat us being the Green Bay Packers? Do you know how easy it was to beat us, Drew? You know what? Jordan Love, I'll use his words. You know what Jordan Love said? When we saw y'all were playing safeties at linebacker, we knew it was over. Jordan Love said that. Jordan Love said that straight up. The moment we saw y'all were playing safeties at linebacker, it was over. It was over because we couldn't stop Jordan Love. We helped Jordan Love become the highest paid quarterback in the league. He hadn't looked the same since. Jordan Love hadn't looked the same since. They're hoping Jordan Love going to bounce back this year. He hasn't looked the same since. The question, we look at this glass half empty. We say Dak Prescott's not bringing us back. That's not what teams are saying. teams are actually afraid of Dak Prescott. You know what they're saying? He don't have much around him. He don't have much around him. The run game is terrible for him. Let me tell you how bad our run game is. Rush 4, drop 7. Rush 4, drop 7. You know who you couldn't do that on this year? You couldn't do that to the Philadelphia Eagles. If you rushed 4 and dropped 7 against the Philadelphia Eagles, Saquon Barkley and that offense was about to carve you up. Jalen Hurts is going to carve you up. Not throwing, running and throwing. You couldn't rush 4 and drop 7 on the Philadelphia Eagles. And that was the plan that they came up with. You make your offense multidimensional. And you make your defense to where it can shut down the majority of the teams, especially when you're playing teams like a quarterback like Dak Prescott, a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes. You fix your team to where you can shut them down. We're in la-la land when it comes to the Cowboys. We're in la-la land. I'm sorry, we're in la-la land. That's not a knock on any of us. I just think we keep looking at the glass half empty. We've been programmed to say that whenever we lose, it's Dak Prescott. We've been programmed to say that. We never look at the fact that in 4 playoff games, Michael Parsons has 1 sack. Where was Michael Parsons against the Green Bay Packers? Where was he? Someone says then, oh, everybody failed. No, again, tell me where Michael Parsons was. Where has Michael Parsons been in the playoffs? Where has he been? Someone says, oh, he's the most double-team defensive end. He's the most double-team edge rusher in the league. Can I bring you context? It's the same issue with Dak Prescott. Do you know how easy it is to stop the Dallas Cowboys? You know how easy it is to stop the Dallas Cowboys defense. You know why they're double-teaming Michael Parsons? Because we have no one else that is a threat to get to the quarterback. Name them. I'm going to make this into a Cowboys argument. Flip it. Who is the threat on the Dallas Cowboys defense to get to the quarterback? Who is it? Name them. Name the person. The Dallas Cowboys, 2024, 2023, 2022, we have been the easiest team to scheme against. Stop Michael Parsons, shut down CeeDee Lamb. Dak Prescott has no one to throw to. He's going to force the ball. He's going to throw interceptions because there's no one else to throw to. Is that Dak Prescott's fault or is that the Cowboys' fault? We keep looking at the glass half empty. We keep looking at the glass half empty. 2023 was a travesty. I laughed in 2023 because I couldn't figure out why were the other teams not doing what I kind of figured Green Bay was going to do? Why were the other teams not doing it? Man, the Cowboys were so easy in 2023. Man, the Green Bay Packers could have fired their defensive coordinator and brought me in and I'd have beat the Cowboys. Hey, G, give us the X's and the O's on the Cowboys. Come up with a game plan. Well, I can tell you this. I can't draw a game plan up like you guys can, but I can give it to you simple on how to stop the Dallas Cowboys. They can't run the ball. And since they can't run the ball, we don't have to dedicate resources to stop them running the ball. They can't run the ball. And when we look at their passing game, if you allow CeeDee Lamb to get open, Dak Prescott will literally throw it to him 25 times. I thought it was so insane that we were bragging about CeeDee Lamb and all these passes that he got, not realizing that the numbers that CeeDee Lamb put up was actually an indictment. We had nobody else. We had nobody else to throw to. We had no one else to throw to. This is why he was racking up all these yards and touchdowns. We had no one else to throw to. And we were acting like CeeDee Lamb. And don't get me wrong, because CeeDee Lamb was tearing it up. But it's a travesty. And I knew this was going to come back to bite us. If you live by it, you die by it. If you're going to live by CD Lamb having 135 catches, 1,749 yards, 14 touchdowns in 17 games, if I'm playing you, do you know what my first inclination is? Oh, this is simple. This is simple. The quarterback is good. He's great. The quarterback is fantastic. But the way we stop him, we stop that wide receiver. Because when we look at the other wide receivers that this man is throwing to, they can't get open on our third string quarterback. They can't get open on our third string defensive backs. Man, we can put our number 1 and number 2 on CD Lamb, and we can let the third stringers hold these guys. Man, Brandon Cooks, we got it, no problem. No problem. Better yet, we'll do one even worse. We'll put the best cornerback on Brandon Cooks, and we'll put the number 2 and a safety over the top of CD Lamb. The Cowboys were too easy to beat. They were too easy to beat. There was no answer after CD Lamb. And I'm laughing because the teams are actually looking at Dak Prescott, and we don't realize that they're saying the opposite of what we're saying. We're looking at our team talking about, man, Dak Prescott trash. These other teams are looking at this team going, man, this dude Dak Prescott is good. You know why? They're looking at the tape. They're looking at the tape on Dak Prescott. They're like, this dude is impressive on tape, but what's around him, it's not impressive. It's not impressive what's around him. So all we have to do is stop him by stopping what's around him. It's that simple. The Cowboys have been so easy to beat, and we keep acting like it's Dak. No, it's not Dak. And this is why they're trying to fix this issue of being able to scheme against them easily. Because, again, people keep pointing to Jalen Hurts. I love Jalen Hurts, but you're pointing to the wrong thing. Jalen Hurts isn't what you should be looking at. No. If we're going to be real about the Philadelphia Eagles, as much as I love Jalen Hurts, if we're going to be real about the Philadelphia Eagles, you got to look at what was around him. You have to look at what was around him. You have to. You have to look at what was around him. Tell me when Dak Prescott had the combination that Jalen Hurts had. Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley. That's insanity. That's insanity. What's his name? Dallas Goedert. That's insanity. That's a loaded deck. You're going to be able to beat so many teams with that. You are literally going to beat a lot of teams with the offense that the Philadelphia Eagles had. You are. You're going to beat a lot of them. You're absolutely going to beat a lot of them. But again, we keep making this into Dak Prescott issues, and this is one of the main reasons why every time a quarterback steps in to the Dallas Cowboys, man, we could have drafted a quarterback this year. I mean, we could have went with a quarterback that's undrafted. The moment he would have hit the field, somebody would be saying, uh-oh, Dak Prescott, watch out. Fill in the blank, undrafted free agent quarterback. He's going to challenge Dak Prescott for the starting job. This is, man, I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. Real Fan One, I'm not agreeing with you. Nope. I'm not agreeing with you. Even in 2016, 2021, and 2022, you keep looking at these teams based on your thought process. But when you look at these teams, that Dak Prescott has played on, the players around Dak Prescott have not been good enough. They have not been better than the players that are on the opposite side of the ball. They have not been better than the players that are playing around the quarterbacks opposite us. They haven't been. And you know, it's funny to me. No one should even dare bring up 2016. Dak Prescott is not the reason. Dak Prescott is not the reason the Cowboys lost against the Green Bay Packers in 2016. Man, we can't even bring that up. That's shameful to bring that up. It is. It's shameful to bring that up. That is someone that's showing sheer hatred in that game because Dak Prescott balled out in 2016 against the doggone Green Bay Packers. Dak Prescott balled out in that game. I don't even understand how somebody could bring that game up. No, you can't bring that game up. But again, we've already done this exercise on this thing with Dak Prescott. We've already done this exercise. And I don't understand every time we show this exercise, people ignore it. You can't ignore this exercise with Dak Prescott, with this team. You can't ignore this exercise. This is right here on the internet. I don't understand how we look at this stuff and you can go to this stuff and see clearly. So tell me again. Tell me again how it's Dak Prescott's fault. Dak Prescott was 302 passing yards, 3 passing touchdowns, 1 interception. Explain to me again how Dak Prescott's the problem. Explain to me again. How is Dak Prescott the problem in the Green Bay loss? How did Dak Prescott lose the game? The game was tied 31-31. How did Dak Prescott lose the game? It wasn't a Dak Prescott interception that lost this game. It wasn't a Dak Prescott interception. It was not. Here's the breakdown right here. Dak Prescott drove the ball down, fourth quarter, 4 minutes, 12 seconds to go, touchdown to Dez Bryant, 2-point conversion. What's the issue? Max Crosby, 56-yard field goal, 31-28. Dak Prescott, I remember this like yesterday. And this was a problem for me. I remember when the Dallas Cowboys were coming down on this drive. The Cowboys could have ran additional time off the clock or went for, I think there was someone here that could have went for another play and maybe went for the end zone on this play. And it was Jason Garrett who said timeout. Cowboys wind up, they don't get the touchdown. They tie the game 31-31. How is this Dak Prescott's fault? How is this Dak Prescott's fault? It's 34-31. How is it Dak Prescott's fault? How is it Dak Prescott's fault? He scores 31 points. The team scores 31 points. How is it Dak Prescott's fault that the defense gives up 34 points? We do know that Dak don't play defense, right? The defense gave up 32 points. 34 points. Dak plays defense? Not to mention, don't ever forget who the quarterback was that day. This is not the kooky Aaron Rodgers that we're watching today. In 2016, that was prime Aaron Rodgers. That was prime Aaron Rodgers when Dak Prescott faced him when the Cowboys faced him the second time, I think in 3 years. That was prime Aaron Rodgers. That's not this junk where we've been watching here the last 2 years. This was prime Aaron Rodgers. That's who this was. Aaron Rodgers drew up a play in the sand and beat the Cowboys. I don't understand how is it that we blame this game. How do you blame 2016 on Dak? Where? How? Where's it Dak's fault? How is it Dak's fault? It's not Dak's fault that they lost against the Green Bay Packers in 2016. That's not Dak's fault. It's not. It's not Dak's fault. And Elliott was off the chain that year. 22 for 125. This was the year. Unfortunately, they ran up against the Green Bay Packers when Aaron Rodgers was in his doggone prime. 2016 was prime Aaron Rodgers. I know we might not remember. Man, that's about 7-8 years ago. Aaron Rodgers was the man back then. Aaron Rodgers was the man. Aaron Rodgers was the man back then. He was. He absolutely was. I don't understand this rhetoric on the 2016. You cannot bring up the 2016 game. You can't. Not and blame it on Dak Prescott. Now, we've already done this, but if you go back through, you look at these losses, the thing that's funny to me, this is the year we're talking about. It's the 2021 season. It's the 2021-2022 season. And it is amazing to me. So no one finds this to be strange. Top performers, Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott had a pretty good game this day. One of the things that Dak Prescott made a mistake on, it was not the interception that he threw. It was when he threw the interception. That's what got the Cowboys, I believe, in this game. This is one of those games that we could probably put on the shoulders of Dak Prescott. And I'm thinking it was about right here. It was about right here. The score was 16-7. This is the drive. This is exactly the drive. Let me see. Let me make sure. Okay, this is the drive. Now, let me show us something. Because, again, sometimes we're listening to the media and we're not paying attention to the game. So let's pay attention here. The San Francisco 49ers. This is Dak Prescott's fault. Dak Prescott don't play defense. Y'all pay attention. Let's pay attention here. Because I think sometimes we look at that end score and we start coming to a conclusion on the end score. Let's go a little bit further than the end score. So in that game against the 49ers, can I help us with something? Do you realize we opened up the game behind the 8 ball? We opened up the game behind the 8 ball. The San Francisco 49ers came out on us. 7 plays, 70 yards. Explain how that's Dak Prescott's fault. Explain how, again, and I'm answering my man Real Fan 1. I appreciate Real Fan 1. But again, I got to bring us back into memory. This stuff is right here on the internet. So you come out 7-0. The 49ers, immediately, they put it to the Cowboys. Penalty on Randy Gregory. Neutral zone infraction. Deebo Samuel, 9 yards. Deebo Samuel, up the middle, 1 yard run. Garoppolo, complete to the Dallas 48. To Benjamin, gain of 17 yards. Jimmy Garoppolo, short pass to complete to the Dallas 36. Catch made by Brandon Ayuk, 11 yards. Eric Mitchell, rushed right guard to Dallas, 19 for 13 yards. Jimmy Garoppolo, left complete to Dallas 21, gain of 15 yards. Mitchell, rushed right into Dallas end zone, 4 yards. Explain to me how that's Dak Prescott. How's this Dak Prescott? Dallas Cowboys get the ball. 65-yard kick. Dak Prescott passing complete to the short right, intended for, doesn't say. Ezekiel Elliott rushed up the middle, Dallas 22 for -3 yards. You're going to see something here that you need to pay attention to. It's not Dak Prescott you need to be paying attention to. It's the players around Dak Prescott you need to be paying attention to. Ezekiel Elliott, -3. Dak Prescott, 3rd and 13, sacked Nick Bosa. 10-yard loss. The 49ers had the Cowboys number. We try to make this game seem like that it was totally Dak Prescott. No. San Francisco 49ers, they put us behind the 8 ball from the get-go. And again, Coyote, I can appreciate what you said. The Niners aren't good. That Dak isn't good against the Niners. No, we're not good against the Niners. Dak don't play defense. We're not good against the Niners. They opened up on us with a 70-yard drive. They came back with a 28-yard drive. They stopped us. They stopped us cold. We had a 57-yard punt to the San Francisco 31-yard line. Look at this. This is the part we don't talk about. Special teams. Returned the punt from the 31 to the 42. They're already near midfield. This is the second drive of the game. They come down 9 plays. They only get 28 yards, but they got it in field goal range. On us. Again, y'all got to explain this to me. Is this Dak Prescott or is it the defense? Dak don't play defense. And I can tell you right now, if you go back and think about this game, the Cowboys couldn't run the ball. And if you can't run the ball, that means you're going to have to put that ball in the air. And the more you put that ball in the air, the more opportunities you get for mistakes. Here it is. Look at this. Cowboys, 65 yards, 65-yard kick. The Cowboys from San Francisco, 35. Dallas end zone. Pollard returns the kick, push out of bounds. Look at this. At the 18-yard line. Penalty on Dallas Cowboys, holding. 9 yards accepted. Look at this. Dak Prescott. Now, pay attention, y'all. Look at the field position. I'm just telling us, I know we're not remembering these games. I'm going to put them back into your recollection. Look at the field position. They're already up on us 10-0. This isn't a Dak Prescott problem. We're trying to say this is a Dak Prescott problem. It's not a Dak Prescott problem. They got us behind the 8 ball. We got a penalty. Got back to the 9-yard line, holding on the kickoff. We're at the 9-yard line. Dak Prescott, incomplete, short right, intended for Amari Cooper. Dak Prescott, short left, complete to Dallas 19. Amari Cooper, gain of 10 yards. This was one of the keys to the game. The Dallas Cowboys couldn't run the ball. Ezekiel Elliott, 4 yards. Dak Prescott, short pass incomplete to Ezekiel Elliott. Dak Prescott, deep middle complete to the Dallas 34. Catch made by CeeDee Lamb. A gain of yards, tackled by Greenlaw. Offensive holding, 10 yards accepted. No play. Look at this. We get to 3rd and 16. Dak Prescott, short left, complete to Dallas 17. Catch made by C. Wilson. Gain of 6 yards. Cedric Wilson fumbles the ball out of bounds. We wind up punting the ball from our own 19. Guess what that does? I just got to bring this back to your recollection. This stuff you're watching isn't Dak Prescott's fault. This is game plan. The 49ers had a game plan that could stop the Cowboys. They had a game plan. It's not Dak Prescott they're stopping. The way you stop the quarterback in reality, it's the players around him you stop. And they stopped the players around the Dallas Cowboys. And again, they got the Dallas Cowboys behind the 8 ball. They scored on the first 3 drives. Am I correct? They opened up with 7. They came back with good field position because they stopped us in penalties. They got a field goal. They came back and stopped us again based on penalties. Holding call on the punt. Got us on at the 9-yard line. The Cowboys wind up punting. What happened again? 13-0. Is this Dak Prescott's fault? Because I'm going to tell you it's not. It's not. Dak don't play defense. When does the defense make stops? When do they make stops? 13-0. The Cowboys come back. 13-7 drive. What happens again? Let me give you a theme here. Explain it to me. This is similar to the Green Bay game, with the exception of they're not scoring touchdowns. Do we not realize the San Francisco 49ers scored on their first 4 drives and put the Dallas Cowboys behind the 8 ball 16-7. End of the half, 16-7. Now, watch this. What has been one of the knocks on one Mike McCarthy? What was one of the knocks? Poor halftime adjustment. How many times did we say that this year? Poor halftime adjustment. How many times did we say it? 2023, when they got behind against the good teams. Poor second half adjustments, and probably none. Cowboys come out after the half. Cowboys get the ball first. 8 plays. The Cowboys go 8 plays in this thing. Let's find out what happens. Cowboys get the touchback. Elliott rushed 1 yard. You're going to see this theme throughout this game. The Cowboys couldn't run the ball, and that became a problem. It wasn't Dak Prescott they stopped. They made the Dallas Cowboys one-dimensional. And I don't even know if they made them one-dimensional, because they did a number not only on the Cowboys' run game, but they did a number on C.D. Lamb. They did a number on Amari Cooper. And one of the knocks that people were saying about Amari Cooper, disappears in big games, disappears against these top wide receivers. This was one of the reasons that, even though we know that Mike McCarthy was a part of the reason that he got ran out, but this was the knock that they had on Amari Cooper, and another reason why they wanted him out. Look at this. Tell me this didn't plague the Dallas Cowboys during Mike McCarthy's tenure. Look at this. 2nd and 9 at the Dallas 26. Dak Prescott, short pass complete to Dalton Schultz, gain of 5 yards. Look at this. 3rd and 4 at the 31. You remember what was killing the Cowboys? False start by Williams, 5 yards accepted, no play. We went from a 3rd and 4 to a 3rd and 9. Wait a minute, y'all don't remember this, do you? Second false start. Second false start, this time by Lyle Collins. False start, 5 yards accepted. The Cowboys went from 3rd and 4. The Cowboys went from 3rd and 4 to 3rd and 14. Watch this. Let me help you out. Let me help us out, people. If I'm 3rd and 4, tell me the difference in the play selection between 3rd and 4 and 3rd and 14. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me what happens to the playbook on a 3rd and 4 versus the 3rd and 14. What happens to the playbook? 3rd and 4, I could be in 2-down territory. At 3rd and 4, I could clearly say, hey, you know what? 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4. What if I can get 2? What if I can get 3? If I can get 3, I can make it 4th and 1. And the field position, it doesn't even dictate if you can get there. But 3rd and 4, the play selection is different. The play selection is different on 3rd and 4 versus 3rd and 14. You are already noticing, if you've been paying attention to the flow of this game, the San Francisco 49ers are getting to Dak Prescott. The San Francisco 49ers are getting to Dak Prescott in this game. Have you noticed that theme? They're sacking Dak Prescott. So to put Dak Prescott in a 3rd and 14, it is obvious that the Cowboys' offensive line, based on these false starts, because they're trying to get the jump on the San Francisco defense, they're trying to get the jump on their defensive line, to put Dak Prescott in a 3rd or 14 is a recipe for disaster. You know how I know? Because Dak Prescott was sacked at the Dallas 15 for 6 yards. It's Dak Prescott's fault, okay. But we're not going to look at the players around Dak Prescott. And again, Cowboys punted. San Francisco got the Cowboys punted. The Cowboys get the ball back. Now, right here, I want us to think about where this is. This is the one that got us. But keep in mind, This play is actually in the third quarter. This play is in the third quarter. Dak Prescott, they're on their own 23-yard line. Dak Prescott, deep left, incomplete for the CeeDee Lamb. Dak Prescott, short right, complete to the Dallas 34, Dalton Schultz. Dak Prescott, complete to the 37, 5-yard gain. Dak Prescott sacked at the Dallas 19 for 13 yards. Dak Prescott, short left at Dallas 26. This was a bad interception. It was a bad interception. And the reason why it was a bad interception, it's where it was intercepted. And let's keep in our minds, 1st and 15. Dak Prescott had already been sacked for 13 yards on the previous play. If you haven't noticed, by everything I've been showing you on the box score, they were sacking Dak Prescott. They were getting to Dak Prescott. They were getting him on the ground. And the more you get a quarterback on the ground, the more hits you get on him, something bad gonna happen. Something bad is going to happen. He's going to force something and he's going to do something. And Dak Prescott, short left pass intercepted at the Dallas 26. And the problem is, it's the where. It's the where they were intercepted. Now, we pretend, if you let us tell it, we pretend like we were in this game, like we were battling this game with the San Francisco 49ers. But the reality is, if you're looking at the flow of the game, the reality is the 49ers are controlling this game. The Cowboys have only had one good drive. This wasn't even a good drive. It's not like Dak Prescott was driving us down for a touchdown and throws that interception. No, he threw the interception on the wrong side of the field. That's the third quarter. Well, why couldn't we stop him? I'm thinking that's the third quarter. Why couldn't we stop him? Why couldn't we stop him here? And if it wasn't the third, maybe it was the fourth. Maybe this is the time. But it was the timing and the place of this interception that got us. But again, they came out, scored 23-7. We punted. They punted. We got a field goal. We got an interception. We got a touchdown. Dak Prescott is battling back. We got a touchdown. We got a punt. The thing that happened to us was and let me go back to that interception. I want to make sure, was that the third or the fourth quarter? Yeah, that was the third quarter. That was the third quarter. Dak Prescott throws the interception in the third quarter. It's the place. It's the place of the interception. But again, Dak Prescott battles back. They get the field goal, make it 23-10. They get an interception. In the fourth quarter, we get the interception. Dak Prescott and the team comes back. They turn that interception, obviously, into a touchdown. Now, you want to see what got us? Cowboys allowed the 49ers to get the ball in the fourth quarter. Let's look at the timing here. They got the ball in the fourth quarter. It looks like there was 8 minutes to go. The San Francisco 49ers on the Dallas Cowboy defense. This looks like a 9-play, 28-yard, 5-minute, and 20-second drive. That's bad. That's bad. 8:02, 7:57, 7:12, 6:29, 5:51, 5:24, 4:39, 4:36, 4:31, 3:46, 3:40, 2:51, 2:51, 2:49. This is where the Cowboys found themselves. 2:49. Let's see what happened here. The Cowboys had 6 plays. Cowboys get the ball at 2:42. Pass incomplete. 2:38. Pass deep right. Dallas 35. Fourth quarter, 2:29. Dak Prescott sacked, 1 yard. Fourth quarter, 2 minutes to go. Dak Prescott, incomplete pass to CeeDee Lamb. Fourth quarter, 1:56. Dak Prescott, incomplete, short right intended for Elliott. Penalty on Dallas, Tyron Smith, offensive holding, 10 yards, declined. They got us to a 4th and 11, and this was a very smart move. The Cowboys did themselves in here. The Cowboys got the holding penalty. They declined it. It moved it to 4th and 11. Dak Prescott, fourth quarter, 1 minute, 49 seconds to go. Dak Prescott pass, incomplete, deep right intended for Cedric Wilson. 49ers got the ball back. Ran the time down to 38 seconds. And it was pretty much all she wrote. That was it. That is not a Dak Prescott loss. That's not a Dak Prescott loss. It's not. And the reason why I say it's not a Dak Prescott loss, you got to understand something. Unless you're going to have the perfect game, one interception should not do you in, because the 49ers had an interception. They turned that into a touchdown. The problem is, though, paying attention to this score, the Dallas Cowboys were behind the 8 ball all day, and the reality is that San Francisco's defense was actually dominant against the Cowboys. We don't want to admit this part. They were pretty dominant against the Cowboys. They were. They were pretty dominant. Their defense really did a number on the Cowboys. Yeah, their defense did a number on them. They did. They did a number on the Cowboys. They did a number on them. It's bottom line. This is the one sack that it looks like Michael Parsons made in the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see here. I think Michael Parsons had 1 sack in this game. No, he had one. Oh, I'm sorry, he had 1 tackle for loss. 1 tackle for loss. Looked like he had 9 tackles. Maybe that's 12. 9 tackles, 3 solos, 1 tackle for loss, but no sacks. Again, that game is not the way we think it is. It's not. And I think we're lying to ourselves on this game with San Francisco. We're acting like the Cowboys were in this game and they were dominating. The reality is the Cowboys, they never even tied the game up. They never even tied the game up. And if you watch that game, and I remember watching that game, the Cowboys, they never did. They never got to the point to where you thought they were about to win the game. They didn't get to that point. They didn't. They didn't get to that point. When we got to 23-17, we were hoping when we got the ball back. But if you look at that drive, that wasn't a Dak Prescott fault. It wasn't. It wasn't Dak Prescott's fault. And we will just kill Dak Prescott over that game. Man, that interception was in the third quarter. I got to repent my own self. That interception was in the third quarter. I thought that interception was in the fourth quarter. Real fan, I appreciate you, but you're talking about like, man, you're talking about like, you're literally talking about like isolated plays. It's not a play that loses a game. It's the play that loses the game. It's the overall game that loses the game. And if we're being honest with ourselves right now, based on what I showed us, show me where the Dallas Cowboys were ever tied in this game. Where were they ever tied? Where were they ever really close to us thinking they're going to beat the 49ers? Even when they got it 23-17, look at the drive after it was 23-17. The 49ers came right back out and clamped the Cowboys down. Clamped them down. And when you go and look at the individual performances in this game will tell you a whole lot. How in the world are the Cowboys beating the 49ers? And Ezekiel Elliott ran for 31 yards. You got to explain this stuff. There's no way we were beating them. There was no way we were beating the 49ers. We were playing behind the 8 ball the whole game. We only had 77 yards rushing. 77 yards. That's all we had. Look at the biggest lead the 49ers had. The Cowboys played from behind the entire game. That's fact. The whole game. They played from behind the whole game. That's not Dak Prescott's fault. They scored look at this. Look at how many, look at the drives. First drive, second drive, third drive, fourth drive. They scored 4 out of 4 times in the first half. Came back in the second half. They scored 1 time. But if you look at what they did, that was so clever when they came back in the second half. They came back in the second half. They continued to put the clamps on us. And while we were wasting some of the time, we were not being as productive with that time. We had a 4-minute drive turned into a punt. Interception, punt. Interceptions in the third quarter. You should not be talking about an interception in the third quarter. Shame on us. We should not be talking about an interception in the third quarter is the reason why we lost the game. We should not be saying that. We shouldn't be saying that. We were already down 16-7. They got the touchdown off of the turnover. But they turned around. They made a turnover. We got a touchdown off of it. We got a touchdown. We got a field goal. You look at this. This was not a Dak Prescott loss. It wasn't. One turnover should not be the difference unless you lost a turnover battle. The turnovers canceled each other out. They got a touchdown off an interception. We got a touchdown off an interception. Those two things cancel themselves out. But when you start looking at the real tale of the tape, let's look at some of these numbers. Look at this. 14 penalties on the Dallas Cowboys. And we pointed out some of those. They were absolute drive killers. They were absolute drive killers. They were absolute drive killers. They killed us. They were drive killers. And again, if I'm not mistaken, this is another tale of the tape. It looks like, from all intents and purposes, how many sacks did the San Francisco 49ers have? The 49ers had 5 sacks. The Cowboys had 0 sacks. You're telling me that's Dak Prescott's fault? I don't understand what you're looking at. I don't understand what you're looking at. I just ran this game down to you. The way this game is ran down, that is not a Dak Prescott issue. Man, you throw an interception in the third quarter and we're blaming that game on Dak Prescott. Man, I got to repent for this. Dak Prescott throws an interception in the third doggone quarter and we're acting like Dak Prescott threw an interception at the last drive of the game. No. The San Francisco 49ers, we have to admit it for what it is. They dominated the Dallas Cowboys. They dominated us. We beat them in the past. That's Dak Prescott. They beat us in the run. They beat us in yards per play. They beat us in yards per pass. They beat us in yards per rush. They beat us in possession. They had the biggest lead. They had the most first downs. They had the most first downs from penalties. They converted the most third downs. They had the least amount of penalties, and they sacked us 5 times. That's the difference in the ball game. And we're running around here talking about Dak Prescott is the reason why they lost the game in 2021, 2022. No, I'm repenting on this myself. Dak Prescott is not the reason why they lost this game. Shame, shame, shame. Every day of the week for saying this. Dak Prescott is not the reason why they lost this game. He's not. But we make it's Dak Prescott's fault that we lost this game. Meanwhile, we got dominated. We got dominated. And I've shown you. And the only way now you're going to tell me after watching the facts, the only way you're going to tell me this was Dak Prescott's fault is you're lying to yourself. You're lying to yourself. It's not Dak Prescott's fault the Cowboys got down 16-7. No, the issue is they had a better game plan than us. Their defense dominated us like these teams normally do. They dominated us, and it wasn't just poor performance by Ezekiel Elliott. If you tell me that CeeDee Lamb and Amari Cooper, if CeeDee Lamb and Amari Cooper are the wide receivers on your team, and you tell me that Dalton Schultz is the leading receiver on your team, you're telling me that the San Francisco 49ers defense was this good. Their defense was this good that they could shut down your running game of Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard, shut down your passing game that consisted of Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb, and the only breath they gave you was Dalton Schultz? Boy, we be out here capping, man. Boy, we be out here capping on this stuff. Man, how are you beating a team when your quarterback is almost a leading rusher? Look at the clamps they put on our wide receivers. Amari Cooper, 6 for 10, 64. Cedric Wilson, 5 for 10, 62. CeeDee Lamb, 1 for 5, 21. Goodwin, 1 for 116. Tony Pollard, 2 for 212. Dak Prescott spread the ball around pretty good. But when I think about CeeDee Lamb, it wasn't the CeeDee Lamb of the day. We got to stop capping on that too. This is not the CeeDee Lamb of 2023. This is the CeeDee Lamb closer to his rookie year. When we think about this, they did a number on the Cowboys. They did a number on them. Defensively, they did a number on them. You're not beating the San Francisco 49ers with Dalton Schultz with 7 of 8 for 89 yards. You're not beating them. You're not beating the San Francisco 49ers. And you literally, outside of the quarterback, you literally ran 45 yards. 50 yards with CeeDee Lamb. 77 yards with Dak Prescott. Do we not understand how shameful it is? The longest run we had of the day was 17 yards by the quarterback, and he ran for a touchdown. And we're killing the quarterback. He's the best performer on the offense the whole day. He's the best performer. He was 23, 254, 1 touchdown through the air, 1 touchdown on the ground. He was the second leading rusher on the team, and we're killing the quarterback for an interception that he threw in the third quarter. Shame on us for this. That's all I'm telling you. Shame on us for this. We murder this quarterback because of the media. We believe everything the media is telling us. And then when I come back and show you that this game was not as much about Dak Prescott, it was about the dominance of the San Francisco 49ers, we're still going to walk away from this conversation saying, nah, I don't care what you say, it's Dak Prescott's fault. I'm just telling you what the stats show you. I'm showing you what the box scores show. And the tape and the stats are going to show the exact same thing. They're going to show the exact same thing. They are. They're going to show the exact same thing. Same thing. We get here to this year. We come back up against the 49ers. This here is the 2020. It's the 2022 season. It's the 2022 season, 2023 that we're in the playoffs, but it's 2022. So we lost this game 12-19. 12-19. So let's kind of look at what happened here on the drives. And the Cowboys had a better showing in this game. They had a way, way better showing in this game. The defense had a way better showing. Now, this is the game. This game needs some context. The San Francisco 49ers, for whatever reason, when we went to San Francisco, the Dallas Cowboys, it wasn't Dak Prescott. And I'm going to come to your comments in just a moment. It wasn't Dak Prescott only. I remember this San Francisco game because it seemed like the Cowboys, after just destroying the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and looking like that they were going to the Super Bowl the way they played, the way Dak Prescott played. The San Francisco game, it looked like they were all scared. It wasn't Dak Prescott. They all looked scared. From the coaching staff all the way down to the players. They looked scared in San Francisco. They did. San Francisco, we came out and stopped them on the first drive. They stopped us on the first drive. We stopped them on the second drive. They stopped us on the first drive, but they also got an interception. And so one of the things, I want you to see a theme here. See, we think it's about stopping Dak Prescott. It's not what it's about with Dak Prescott. It's not what it's about against any of these good quarterbacks. What you want to do is you want to stop the players around them. That's what your goal is. And you leave them no other choice but to force throws. See, we think that if they force Dak Prescott to throw, he's supposed to complete every pass. Does he? If I make you throw, you don't think my defense is designed that when you throw, the windows are going to be extremely tight and there is going to be a lot more chances for errors. And again, the way the Cowboys are playing, they put a chokehold on them. Look at this. Cowboys come out. They get a penalty here, it looks like somewhere. It's 1st and 10. Zeke gets 1 yard rushing. You're going to see this theme in the second game too. The Cowboys could not run again on the 49ers. Bad recipe for disaster. That's any team. It's not just Dak Prescott. It's not just Dak Prescott you stop by taking away the run. This is all teams. If you can take away their ability to run the ball, it gives you a lot of opportunities for turnovers and big plays. It happened to the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. That's one of the things that the the Philadelphia Eagles did to the Kansas City Chiefs. Tony Pollard, 0 yards. Dak Prescott, short left, intercepted at the 27, intercepted, pushed out of bounds. And if I'm not mistaken, I couldn't figure out this particular season. I couldn't figure out why they kept throwing those outside routes. I don't think Dak was really ready to throw those outside routes, but they had him throwing them anyway. Because I'm thinking this is the year of the thumb, maybe. 49ers, they get the field goal. And think about this. This interception only led to 3 points. But again, you're talking about playing the 49ers. All points are crucial because of how good they played the Cowboys in the past. And they're at home. 49ers get 3 points off the turnover. Cowboys come back down. Cowboys come back down. Dak Prescott drive them down, touchdown. They make the score 6-3. Unfortunately, extra point is blocked. The Cowboys just couldn't let their guard down against the 49ers. Man, the 49ers were clawing and scratching against the Cowboys. And they were able to block an extra point. That's a big deal. Rather than now the game being 7-3, the game is 6-3. The San Francisco 49ers, they come back down and they tie it up. Get another interception. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this came at a very crucial moment. And the reason why this was a very crucial moment, shortly before this, Tony Pollard breaks the leg. I think this is where Tony Pollard breaks the leg. I think he breaks the leg on this drive. They come back and the whole game changes. The whole game changes. And as a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is it, correct? Right here, second quarter, 1 minute and 36 seconds to go. Tony Pollard, 8-yard gain. Dak Prescott throws it to him. Jay Ward, drop hip tackle, breaks the leg of Tony Pollard. And the game changes right here because the Cowboys game plan And even from what they said, Tony Pollard was supposed to be a huge part of the game plan. Tony Pollard goes down. And I remember everyone was furious. Not so much at the interception. People were mad about that too. It was the play call that people were mad about. Why would they throw that particular pass? It was 2nd and 2. It's 2nd and 2 with 1:24 to go. Why did they throw that pass? Because everybody was saying, why didn't they hand the ball off to Ezekiel Elliott? I can remember this play. I was furious. I'm pretty sure some of you were too. 2nd and 2 at the San Francisco 18. You're getting ready to go ahead of the San Francisco 49ers. And right here, this was a very pivotal moment. It's a pivotal moment because if the Cowboys can get this first down at the San Francisco 18, it's 1:24 to go. The Cowboys can just drive, run the ball, and even if they don't get the touchdown, Cowboys get the opportunity to go up at the half, either 9-6 or 13-6. This was not only a bad interception, it was a bad play call. I just remember everyone talking about this play call. It was a bad play call. Bad play call, bad interception. And also this season, I'm telling us, I'm thinking this was the thumb season. I couldn't figure out why Kellen Moore kept having Dak Prescott to throw those out routes because teams kept jumping those out routes and he would still run that out route. I don't think Dak Prescott's hand, thumb, whatever, I don't think he could quite make those kinds of throws because when you throw those out routes, they require a lot of zip and the ball placement is important. The out route is a pass that has to be thrown before that player even turns. Because if you let that player turn before you throw that ball, that also means you let that cornerback make that turn. He watches the wide receiver make that turn, and he can typically, and a lot of cornerbacks, they love these out routes because you can jump them. Man, if you time those outside, if you time those out routes right, man, you jump them joints and you go into the crib because there's nobody to stop you. The wide receiver is typically, when he doesn't get the ball, he goes off balance. So he can't stop the person that intercepts it. And the quarterback, he ain't nothing. He's already been told pretty much, don't hurt yourself. And by the time he even can turn, man, you already pretty much, you're probably about 5 yards where he's trying to get you. It's over. These out routes, if you throw them wrong, they're over. And these were some of the interceptions that Dak actually threw during the season. Couldn't figure out why they threw this out route in the game. It was a very crucial interception. Very crucial interception. But again, that's 2 interceptions. The score is still 6-9. The score is 6-9. You're still in the game. The score is 6-9. You're still in the game. The Cowboys come back on a drive. They punt. Then the Cowboys come back. This is the third quarter, I'm sure. Yeah, this is the beginning of the third quarter. The Cowboys punt. Let me see here. The Cowboys wound up, it looks like. Let me see. Cowboys wound up getting a turnover of their own. It says here, fumble was forced by Kevin Joseph on a punt return. Fumble recovered by the Dallas Cowboys on the San Francisco 21. So now the turnover battle. Now it's a 2-1 turnover battle. So now the Cowboys, they score a field goal off the turnover battle. Now this game is already shaping up to be pretty dangerous because it is a defensive battle. But don't forget what has happened to the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys have lost one of the pivotal weapons in the game, which was going to be Tony Pollard. So what was Mike McCarthy terrible at? Halftime adjustments. what was going to be the adjustment for one Tony Pollard going out for the Cowboys late in the second quarter? What's the adjustment? What do? They've already made the Cowboys one-dimensional because Zeke can't run on these guys. Zeke can't run on them. And let me make sure, because I want to make sure I'm right on this. I want you to think about something else. Look at the wide receiver core that the Cowboys are going up against the San Francisco 49ers that made this game even more difficult. By this time, of course, we've let Amari Cooper go. Now we're dealing with CeeDee Lamb, Schultz. Look at this wide receiver crew. Y'all can't tell me this isn't insane. This is your wide receivers. We're blaming Dak Prescott. This is your wide receivers. CeeDee Lamb, T.Y. Hilton, and Noah Brown. You can tell me anything you want to. You already know this ain't right. You can lie to me if you want to. This isn't right. This isn't right. Tell me who you're taking. Who are you taking? Are you taking CeeDee Lamb, Noah Brown, T.Y. Hilton, Dalton Schultz versus Brandon Ayuk, Jennings, McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel? Who you got? Who you got in this game? Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Ayuk, Jennings, and we're not going to count McCaffrey. He's the running back, but he's still dangerous in the run game. Tell me who you got. Tell me who you got right here. CeeDee Lamb. The drop-off from CeeDee Lamb. We don't even have Cedric Wilson no more. Cedric Wilson, Amari Cooper, both of them, we let them both walk. We came back the following season thinking we're going to go to San Francisco with CeeDee Lamb, Dalton Schultz, Noah Brown, T.Y. Hilton. You can tell me anything you want to. This was a travesty. This was a travesty. And I can remember people were saying the Cowboys should get another wide receiver. They blanked Michael Gallup. People were saying the Cowboys should have got another wide receiver. And if I'm not mistaken, Gallup was coming back from injury then. This was a travesty. This was a travesty. It was an absolute travesty. And when Tony Pollard went down, that hurt. That hurt bad. But this is what we went up against this team with. And even then, we're in it. 9-9. Punt, 9-9. Punt, 9-9. The 49ers get up on us. 9-16. We score a field goal. 12-16. 49ers get a field goal. 12-19. Punt in the game. Now, we make this game extremely dramatic. We make this game into the game that Dak Prescott cost the Cowboys large. But the reality is he didn't cost them large. Because those turnovers, for all intents and purposes, they didn't cost us 21 points. They didn't cost us 14 points. Those interceptions only turned into 6 points. The Cowboys wound up getting a fumble. They got 3 of the points back. It wasn't the difference in the game. Those turnovers were not as much the difference in the game that we think they are. They're not. The tale of the game is this simple. So they turn around. They get a touchdown on us. They do a 10-play, 76-yard, 6-minute drive. They got a touchdown on us. And that is the first touchdown. Yeah, that's the first touchdown the 49ers has scored on us all day. It's the first touchdown. We turn around. We get a field goal. But what happens? They come back and get another drive. And this one was a backbreaker. Y'all may not realize it. Let me show you why these 2 drives are backbreakers. We're blaming this on Dak Prescott, but I'm going to show you why these 2 drives are backbreakers. The reason why these 2 drives are backbreakers is for this reason only. 6 minutes. 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh, and you're on. 6 minutes. It's the third quarter. It's a 6-minute drive. 5:58 in the third quarter. And the one thing that is against the Cowboys is time. Time is also playing against the Cowboys in this game. They come back in that drive. It was a 6-minute drive. It was a touchdown, and that broke it to 9-16. Cowboys come down. They get their own 8-play drive. It stalled. Problem is, it's a 3-minute, 55-yard drive. It stalls, but the Cowboys get the field goal. They make it 12-16. Here we go again. Second drive. The next killer drive. The reason why this is a backbreaker drive is 13 plays in 8 minutes. It's 13 plays, 7 minutes, and 59 seconds. It's a backbreaker drive. It is. It's a backbreaker drive. It's a backbreaker drive because not only is it a backbreaker drive because of how the time of possession, it's 13 plays. You demoralize teams when you do these kind of drives. And look at these runs. Mitchell, 8 yards. Mitchell, 0 yards. A Purdy pass. Mitchell, 5 yards. Mitchell, 2 yards. I mean, they're driving this thing down, grinding it out. 3rd and 3. Brock Purdy, 6 yards. They're grinding it out. Eric Mitchell, another 3 yards. Eric Mitchell, another 8 yards. Eric Mitchell, 0 yards. Purdy, 0. Purdy, scrambles, 6 yards. They were grinding this thing out on us. They were grinding it out on us. Those last 2 drives by the 49ers were backbreakers. Those drives alone, they're 14 minutes. Cowboys get the ball, fourth quarter, 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes and 4 seconds to go. Dak Prescott, incomplete pass. Dak Prescott, I can remember this drive like yesterday. Dak Prescott, incomplete pass. Dak Prescott, incomplete deep right to Michael Gallup. Dak Prescott sacked at the Dallas 18 for 0 yards. You know what's so dumb about this? Y'all explain this to me. So if you're going to drop back 3 straight times with 3 minutes to go, so you're telling me the Cowboys, they don't have enough time to run the ball? 3 minutes and the 2-minute warning. Why wouldn't the Cowboys try and run the ball? You want to know why? You want to know why they didn't try to run the ball? They couldn't. They couldn't run the ball all day. They couldn't run. When you can't run the ball, you're not going to beat a team. You have to be able to still run the ball, especially when you get here. Because if you're telling me that with 3 minutes to go, our only option is to throw the ball, high margin of error. And I can remember this play right here. Y'all remember this play right here? I remember it like yesterday. Greenlaw almost intercepted that pass, and the game was almost over then. Dak Prescott didn't see Greenlaw. The game was almost over right there. It was almost over right here, if I'm not mistaken. I think this is the one where it was almost over. He almost threw the interception right there. Turned around, deep right, intended for Michael Gallup. No good. Dak Prescott, third down, sacked. If you tell me you can't run the ball, especially in these tense moments, if you can't run the ball, it's over for you, because I'm going to pin my ears back and I'm going for you. And this is what they did. This is exactly what they did. They came back out. They did a little short drive. Problem is with the drive, they took 1 minute and 20 seconds off. And if I'm not mistaken, they pretty much made us exhaust those timeouts. We got the ball again. Problem is we got the ball at our own 6-yard line. I'm sorry. It's pretty rare that you're going to drive 94 yards with 45 seconds to go, and everybody knows you have to throw the ball. We make these games about Dak Prescott. These games aren't about Dak Prescott. These games are about Dak Prescott when things around him, they're not going. The performers around him. It's not just him. His performance is being hampered because of the performance of the team around him, the players around him. Is some of it his fault? Yes, but some of it is also forced by the team's performance around him. And so again, when you go back and look at these games, they look different. If you look at these games through the lens that it's Dak Prescott's fault, then they're Dak Prescott's fault. But if you look at these games through the lens and you start looking at the cold, hard facts of these games, and you look at them through the truth, they look different. Okay, Dak Prescott threw two interceptions. They led to 6 points. The 49ers had a turnover. It led to 3 points. The touchdown they got in the second half, that wasn't off a turnover. The field goal they got after that wasn't because of a turnover either. But when I look at the Dallas Cowboys and I start looking at their drives, the tail of the tape, they couldn't run the ball. They couldn't run the ball. And there was no one who could catch the ball, it seems, outside of C.D. Lamb. And when you look at these stats, notice the highlighted stats. These are the stats where they got dominated. Total yards, rush yards, total plays, yards per play, yards per pass. And this is a game of inches, and they won the game of inches. Possession, 32-27. That's a full drive more. Biggest lead, 7. Look at this. Tail of the tape. Who got the most first downs? It was the San Francisco 49ers. Third down conversions. They converted the most. Turnovers, it was a 1-2. So it really wasn't as bad as we thought. 3 less penalties. The Cowboys used to kill themselves on penalties. They got 1 more sack, 4 tackles for loss. When you start looking at the tail of the tape and you start looking at the tape, it tells you something different. If you let the media tell it, Dak's fault. If you look at the games, these teams figured out the deficiencies of the Cowboys. I wish the Cowboys would have gave Amari Cooper 1 more year. Actually, 2 more years. I wish the Cowboys would have gave Amari Cooper 2 more years. Because C.D. Lamb really started coming into his own. But again, the question I have is, does C.D. Lamb come into his own as quick as he did if the Cowboys don't cut Amari Cooper and give him this opportunity? Man, I'm telling you, we make these discussions about Dak Prescott without looking at the entire picture. And when you look at the entire picture, the way these teams beat Dak Prescott, the way they beat Dallas Cowboys with Dak Prescott, it's the players around him that they shut these players down. They shut them down. How are you beating the 49ers? Elliott was 10 for 26. Pollard was doing pretty good until he got hurt. 6 for 22. Because this was the season where they made Tony Pollard the primary running back. He was 6 for 22, but he was gone in the second quarter. C.D. Lamb, 2 for 6. Here we go again. Dak Prescott is tied for the second best rusher on the Cowboys team against the 49ers. You're not winning like this. You're just not winning like this. You're not. And if you look at Dak Prescott, for the most part, he was pretty efficient. 23 of 27. 23 of 37. Only problem is 2 of those passes went to the doggone 49ers. But again, they only equated to 6 points. They only equated to 6 points. Again, you look at C.D. Lamb, 10 for 13. He's coming to his own because we saw the first time they played the 49ers, he did hardly anything. But when he came back the second time, he did really good. Dalton Schultz didn't look the same. Dalton Schultz was the leading receiver the first time. They shut him down, 5 for 10, 27. He got a touchdown. Noah Brown, I never liked this issue. A lot of people sung the praises of Noah Brown. I never liked this issue. Noah Brown, 2 for 2, 21. T.Y. Hilton, we didn't even utilize T.Y. Hilton. I mean, he was 1 for 15. Pollard was going to be a big part of the game. We didn't use Turpin. Mike McCarthy misused Turpin the whole time he was here. Even Kellen Moore only had him 1 for 1 for 8. Elliott again 2 for 4 for 7 in the passing game, and then you had Michael Gallup 0 for 3. This was terrible. I don't know any other way to slice it. It was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. It was absolutely terrible. And I wish the defense in this game, I wish the defense maybe could have got us another turnover. It was a turnover on a punt, but I wish they could have got us a turnover with the San Francisco 49ers as far as their offense goes. And I also remember in this game, one of the things that was very insane to me was the fact that the Cowboys, it was almost like they couldn't get Brock Purdy down. You would have thought the Cowboys would have been able to do more to really make Brock Purdy stumble. They couldn't. They couldn't. That's kind of the tale of the tape. And so again, we tell these stories like tall tales. We tell these stories like tall tales. We tell these stories like Dak Prescott went out here and just absolutely choked in these games. When the reality is we were outmatched, in particular in this one. We were outmatched. I don't care what you say. You can tell me anything you want to. To go into a playoff game with this wide receiving core, come on, man. CeeDee Lamb, Noah Brown, T.Y. Hilton, and Michael Gallup. Stop it. Stop it. This is ludicrous. It is ludicrous to think you're going to be a championship team with that wide receiving core. And with a running back that the quarterback, you're playing in 2 playoff games, and your quarterback, who is not Jalen Hurts, who is not Lamar Jackson, who is not Josh Allen, he's the second leading rusher? Your leading running back has 26 yards? Tell me anything you want to. You're not beating teams like that. You're not beating teams like that. You're just not beating them. You can do anything you want to. You're not beating them. You're not beating teams like that. And we did the same dumb thing without going through the entire game. We did the same dumb thing when we came back again and got in the playoffs. We don't want to be truthful with ourselves. So you're telling me again, this is the receiving core that you went into the playoffs with. You went in with CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, Brandon Cooks this time. It's not going to get the job done. That right there is not going to get the job done. It's not going to get the job done. And even here we go again. This time, Dak Prescott, 6 for 45. Again, longest run of the day. Tony Pollard, 15 to 56. That's it. Rico Dowdle, 2 of 11. These old dumb jet sweeps, 1 for 6, 1 for 5. Not to mention the other part of these things that we don't look at. Y'all tell me again. Which coach are you taking? You taking Mike McCarthy? Or are you taking the Green Bay coach? Which one you taking? You taking Mike McCarthy? Or are you taking Kyle Shanahan? Which one are you taking? Which one are you taking? The problem with this team, and this is what they have to change this season, we have to stop saying Dak Prescott a bust. We have to stop trying to put everything on the back of one Dak Prescott. This is the very issue that even Brandon Cooks talked about. And Brandon Cooks said it even better. Brandon Cooks said, we have to take some things off of Dak Prescott's plate. The players around him, they have got to perform better. The organization has got to get behind him, and they got to put better players around him. It's facts. It's all facts. And I'm actually laughing that we've now brought in Joe Milton III, and we're acting like now that we brought in Joe Milton III, that if we put Joe Milton in these same situations, Joe Milton is the answer. Boy, we're our own worst enemy. That's all I can tell you. We're our own worst enemy. Coyote said, how many sacks and pressures did the 49ers get? Man, I would love to see the pressures. But in that first one, I think it was 5 sacks. It was 5 sacks in that first one. Alex, appreciate that super chat. Appreciate you too, Coyote. Alex said you're cooking today, schooling these Dak haters. Hey, the funny thing is, Alex, I've learned this about us, about the Cowboy fan base. We let the media tell us something differently than we saw. I've noticed this over the years about the Cowboys. We let the media tell us what we're seeing rather than what we're really seeing. I'm just actually laughing that I can't believe that a lot of Dallas Cowboy fans, actually believe that when we played the Green Bay Packers, for example, in 2023, actually believe that we were better than the Green Bay Packers. We were not better than the Green Bay Packers. I mean, we had a better record. But if we were being honest with ourselves, I knew that game was going to be a problem. First thing I told my uncle, bad matchup. Bad matchup. Cowboys had already shown signs that they couldn't stop the run. Bad matchup. Bad matchup. We couldn't stop the run, and we couldn't run the ball. Recipe for disaster. Jay Snipe, he said, we continue to be right. Everyone gone, but Dak, what are you going to blame now? I don't think Dak's going to have Dak Prescott. Until they get the team around him. And I'm telling y'all, a lot of us are funny to me. A lot of us are funny to me because of what we're saying about Jalen Hurts. And the thing that's funny about Jalen Hurts, nobody was saying that until they won the Super Bowl. Go look at the Philadelphia media. There were even people in the media saying the Philadelphia Eagles were going to move off Jalen Hurts. They were saying this stuff. Even in the Philadelphia media, they were saying this is the last year for Jalen Hurts. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to move off of him, blah, blah, blah. They were saying all this stuff about Jalen Hurts. Nobody was saying Jalen Hurts is clutch. They were not. They were not saying it. They were actually blaming the Super Bowl loss the first time when he had a great performance. They were saying it was Jalen Hurts' fault. Super Bowl changes some things. And the crazy thing is, if there is one quarterback, I'm not saying that Jalen Hurts is Trent Dilfer. I'm not saying that Jalen Hurts is Joe Flacco. But what I am telling you, you don't have to be clutch when you're on a team like he played on this year. You don't have to be clutch. And the reason why you don't have to be clutch is because you're not going to find yourself in a lot of situations to where you're playing from behind. When we look at the playoff games that Dak Prescott has played in, the ones that we're talking about, the 49ers, the Green Bay Packers the second time, we played from behind the entire game. What? And we're blaming that on the quarterback who don't play defense? I don't understand us. I don't understand. The Cowboy fan base is insane to me when we start talking about Dak Prescott. You're talking about Jalen Hurts is clutch when he doesn't have to be clutch. Explain to me how you have to be clutch when you're rarely playing from behind. How do you have to be clutch? Explain that to me. I don't understand that language. Explain it to me. You're not having to play from behind. And even when we look at the playoff performance this year, man, you tell me anything you want to. That was not Jalen. That was Saquon Barkley. The only game that Saquon Barkley got stopped was the Super Bowl. It's the only one. You go back and you look at the playoff games. What? Saquon Barkley all day long. Saquon Barkley all day long. And if it's not Saquon Barkley, it's the defense all day long. We are in la-la land talking about Jalen Hurts. Anybody on this channel knows I love Jalen Hurts. You're in la-la land. You're in la-la land. We're calling Jalen Hurts clutch when he hasn't been called on. He didn't get called on this season to be clutch. He didn't. He did not get called on to be clutch. No, he didn't. You go back and look at these games. Go back and look at these games. You're going to see a common theme. You're going to see a common theme. And that common theme is one, Saquon Barkley. That's what you're going to see. You're going to see Saquon Barkley absolutely dominating games. Okay, let me show you a little something. Hey, we got time. We got time. Let me just show you. First game of the season. They beat the Green Bay Packers. Help me out. Explain to me who was clutch. Explain to me who was clutch when you look at this box score. Tell me who was clutch. Was it Jalen Hurts or Saquon Barkley? Tell me who it was. Tell me who it was when we look at this box score. Jalen Hurts, let's see, 2 interceptions, similar to what Dak Prescott kind of did in the playoffs. So who needs to be clutch? Or is it Saquon Barkley? 24 for 109 and 2 touchdowns. Saquon Barkley changed the entire season. Saquon Barkley changed the entire season. We're running around here trying to say, hey, man, Jalen Hurts is better than Saquon. Boy, we're talking crazy nonsense. We're talking crazy nonsense. What is the difference between the first Super Bowl and the second Super Bowl Jalen Hurts played? The defensive line, Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley was incredible, and it's a travesty. It is a travesty that people will not admit it. This is the second game. Jalen Hurts, 22 of 30, 183. You want to know the difference? Notice anything strange? No touchdowns from Saquon Barkley. Yeah, that's the difference. No touchdowns from Saquon Barkley. You start running through these games, you start coming to a crazy and understandable conclusion that when Saquon Barkley took off, this dude took off. You want to see the difference again? You want to see the difference again against the New Orleans Saints? Jalen Hurts, 29 to 38, 311 yards, 1 interception. Is that clutch? I'm not shading Jalen Hurts. I'm showing you what is the difference in that Super Bowl season and them winning it. Saquon Barkley, 17 of 147, 8.6 yards a carry, 2 touchdowns. You're going to beat a lot of teams like that. You're going to beat a lot of teams like that. I don't need my quarterback to be clutch when I have the best running back in the league and the running back with the most explosive plays in the league. When I got that player, I don't need my quarterback to be clutch. I don't need him to be clutch. What are we talking about? Man, we're talking utter nonsense. Look at the games they lost. Isn't it strange when you look at the games they lost? Look at them. You want to notice the difference in the games they lost? I can do this all day long. Look at the games they lost. You want to see the difference? Saquon Barkley, 10 for 84, no touchdowns. Jalen Hurts is clutch. Jalen Hurts is clutch. They got beat 33-16. Why? Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley, all day long. Saquon Barkley was the difference maker on this team all season long. Miss me with all this crazy clutch talk. It's insanity what we're saying. This is the Cleveland Browns. I mean, the Cowboys made them look silly. 16 of 25, 264. Saquon Barkley, 18 of 47 for 2.6 yards. But again, it's the doggone Cleveland Browns. The Philadelphia Eagles basically mauled them. It's 20-16. The Cleveland Browns, the Cowboys made them look bad. You can do this over and over and over. If you want the truth, it's there. If you want to keep saying that Dak Prescott isn't this, that, and the other, well, then you can keep saying that too. You can keep saying that because you're going to make up your own narrative. But when you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, you're going to see a common theme. We're not looking at the clutchness of one Jalen Hurts. We are looking at an absolute dominant team, defensive line, offensive line, and a running back that was literally better than everyone thought. 28-3. Oh, okay, hold on a second. I'm mistaken. Jalen Hurts was 10 for 14, 114 yards. We destroyed Dak Prescott for a game like this. 10 for 14, 114 yards. What was the difference, y'all? 17 for 176. Hold on a second. You're telling me that the running back had more carries than throws for the quarterback, more yards than throwing yards for the quarterback. Let me tell you something. Don't even let this fool you. Don't let this fool you. Jalen Hurts, 7 for 22, 2 touchdowns. Do we not understand how many touchdowns that Jalen Hurts robbed Saquon Barkley of? Saquon Barkley would literally run them down there to the goal line, and then they would start tush pushing. Saquon Barkley, I guarantee you, would have probably had somewhere between 5 to 10 more touchdowns if they were not doing the tush push. Because Saquon Barkley was putting in work. And we are running around here, oh yeah, Jalen Hurts, he's better than Dak Prescott. He's clutch. Well, go back and look at the box scores on these games. Sometimes we got to do our own research. Go back and look at the box scores on these games. Jalen Hurts in this game, 16 for 20, 236, 1 touchdown. Saquon Barkley, 22 for 108. Jalen Hurts was nasty on the ground, 10 for 37, 3 touchdowns. Again, I wonder how he got so close to the end zone to get those 3 running touchdowns. Y'all not hearing me. Saquon Barkley got robbed. If Saquon Barkley would have got the opportunity in some of these goal line situations to run these touchdowns, Saquon Barkley probably would have got the MVP because the amount of touchdowns that he actually would have had would have been insane. Would have been insane. Saquon Barkley, I'm telling you, 18 for 24, 232 touchdowns. Saquon Barkley, when your running back is running 27 for 159, you're beating a lot of teams. You're beating a lot of teams. Not to mention, we ain't taking nothing away from Jalen Hurts. The young man can run the ball. The young man can run the ball. But again, this is the Jaguars. It's the Jaguars. But when you go back and you look at these games, over and over and over, you're going to see the common theme. Saquon Barkley, Saquon Barkley, Saquon Barkley, Saquon Barkley. That's what you're going to see. Saquon Barkley should have been the MVP of the entire season for the Philadelphia Eagles. He's the difference. He is the difference of why they won these, why they got to the Super Bowl and won it. He's the difference. Not to mention they needed some luck. The Detroit Lions defense got decimated. Whole different ball game. You go back, you start looking at these playoff games. Jalen Hurts, 13 of 21, 2 touchdowns, 131 yards. Saquon Barkley, 25 for 119. And let me tell you something. Saquon Barkley is so good that when you look at 25 for 119, you look at that because this dude is so good. You just go, he didn't have a good day. What? Man, teams would kill for their running back to be 25 for 119. But when it's Saquon Barkley, we're like, man, 25, he didn't have a good day. That's how good Saquon Barkley was. And you can tell me anything you want to. You want to talk about the game? You want to talk about the game that got these boys to the Super Bowl? You can tell me all day long Jalen Hurts is clutch. The person that got them this win, Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley broke the back of the Rams. Saquon Barkley broke their back. This dude went for 26, 205 yards, 7.9 yards per carry and 2 touchdowns. He broke their back. And Jalen Hurts did a good job, 7 carries, 70 yards, 1 touchdown. No, it was when Saquon Barkley broke the back of the Rams. He broke their back. He did. Saquon Barkley broke their back. There was nothing they could do. They kind of put a little bit of the kibosh on Jalen Hurts. They couldn't do nothing with Saquon Barkley. They couldn't do anything with him. They couldn't. And I know all of us watched those games because I watched that game. They couldn't do anything with him. Conference championships. And please, let me put some respect on this doggone defensive line for the Philadelphia Eagles because they played a huge part too. They were putting in work, man. And in this game, Saquon Barkley, 15 for 118 for 3 touchdowns. Please stop this. Stop this Jalen Hurts. Stop this Jalen Hurts madness. Man, I love Jalen Hurts. I'm not shading Jalen Hurts. But stop this madness trying to say that Jalen Hurts is better than Dak Prescott. Jalen Hurts don't have to be clutch. If Jalen Hurts was clutch, they'd have a Super Bowl before Saquon Barkley. The difference between the first Super Bowl and the second Super Bowl, defensive line, Saquon Barkley. That's the difference. It's not Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts didn't do anything differently than he did the first time they went to the Super Bowl. He actually did less. Saquon Barkley broke these playoff games down and broke teams' backs. And again, let me put some respect. Let me put some respect on this Philadelphia Eagle defense. Let me put some respect on it. Let me tell you when you absolutely dominate a team. Let me make sure here. Because the other thing that got the got the Washington Commanders in this game is where is it at? This is what got them right here. This defensive line, boy. Whew. Look at this number here. That doggone defense caused 3 fumbles. 3 fumbles. 1 interception thrown. 3 sacks. That defense was crazy. Crazy. They were absolutely crazy. Put some respect on them boys' name. We ran around here talking about, yeah, man, Jalen Hurts. Man, stop it. I love Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, we got to stop running around here talking like, oh, he clutch, man. He the reason why they did. Stop it. It's a lie. I can't call it anything but a lie. Saquon Barkley deserved the MVP. I think Saquon Barkley, there is a great argument when you talk about a player that is the most valuable player for his team. Saquon Barkley made the biggest difference on any team this season in the NFL. Nobody else. Josh Allen didn't make that kind of difference on his team. What, he got to the AFC Championship game? It's a regular season award. And in the regular season, I'm sorry, there was nobody better than Saquon Barkley. There was nobody better. And I'm telling you, y'all can tell me anything you want to right here. This is one of the most insane game plans I've ever seen. The Philadelphia Eagles put the Kansas City Chiefs in a chokehold. Let me tell you why Jalen Hurts was able to have some success. The Kansas City Chiefs were determined to stop Saquon Barkley. And the Philadelphia Eagles deserve so much credit because when we watched the other teams play the Kansas City Chiefs, the mistake that the Buffalo Bills made, they stopped running the ball. They went back to Josh Allen hero ball. And don't get me wrong, it does seem again that the referees kind of helped out the Kansas City Chiefs. But again, the Buffalo Bills went back to hero ball. They didn't run the ball the way they had did during the season. They went back to hero ball, and it cost them. The Philadelphia Eagles rode with what got them there. To continue to run the ball, and you only get 57 yards? You basically told the Kansas City Chiefs, you better stop Saquon Barkley all day because we're going to continue to run him. We don't care what you do. We're going to continue to run Saquon Barkley. We're going to continue to run the ball. If you're going to commit to stopping Saquon Barkley, you better stay committed. And you're going to pick your poison. You're either going to let us beat you with Jalen Hurts and our wide receivers. And this was, it wasn't a great game, but they still had one touchdown each. You're either going to let us beat you with Jalen Hurts running the ball, throwing the ball to our outside receivers, or you're going to let us make a fool out of you, and Saquon Barkley is going to break the record for the most rushing yards by a running back in the Super Bowl. If the Kansas City Chiefs would have started trying to stop Jalen Hurts, I promise you, Saquon Barkley might have had 300 yards. He might have had 300 yards. Tell me your running back is dangerous without telling me your running back is dangerous. When a defense in the Super Bowl commits to stopping the said running back, and even when they stop him, they don't stop trying to stop him. Tell me your running back is good again? When your running back is that good, he opens up the whole offense. You're going to get some one-on-ones. You're going to get some one-on-one matchups. You are. You're going to find a whole lot of open receivers. The play action is going to be working pretty much whenever you want it to. It will be there for the taking. Let me tell you something. Dak Prescott or some of these other quarterbacks, Dak Prescott, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, let me tell you something. They got that running game. Dak Prescott throws for 350 yards. Easy. Dak goes 350. Dak go 350 easy with that running game and that defense. Dak going 350. Joe Burrow, 350, 400. Joe Burrow, 350, 400. Patrick Mahomes, 350, 400. Dallas Cowboys, I say 350 for Dak Prescott because they probably would have took Dak Prescott out earlier. They probably would have took Dak Prescott out early once they got that kind of lead. Dak Prescott always set out the fourth quarters in those big games. I'm telling you, we're lying to ourselves. We're even lying to ourselves about Jalen Hurts. We're lying to ourselves. Nobody was saying Jalen Hurts was clutch until they won the Super Bowl. And the way they won the Super Bowl and the way they got to the Super Bowl is not based on Jalen Hurts being clutch. We're lying to ourselves. Saquon Barkley ran the Philadelphia Eagles into the Super Bowl, and their defense destroyed teams down the stretch, and there was nothing nobody could do. They were the number one defense in football week after week after week after week, and against the run, they were crazy. They forced teams into a chokehold. You can't run on them. You couldn't run on Philadelphia. And once you drop back the pass, you were a sitting duck. There was nothing you can do. There was nothing you could do. Let me go to some of you guys' comments. But I want to pull up one more thing, one more stat before let me see here. Let me look up one thing because I want to make sure I'm right before I say this. Let me see here. It's trying to pull up which player had the most explosive plays because this is actually a stat. I was looking at it in the during the season, and as it applied to, of course, the running backs. I mean, Saquon Barkley was far and ahead of everybody as it applies to as it applied to running backs. Saquon Barkley killed it. All right, let me look at something here. Now, I can't find this the way I found it the last time. I mean, they actually gave the player that had the most explosive plays. Let me show you something. When you look at the offense, the NFL offense that had the most explosive plays, I don't find this to be coincidental. Notice the team that's right up there at number 2. It's the Philadelphia Eagles. It's the Philadelphia Eagles. They had the second most explosive plays throughout the year. I'm kind of confused on how in the world the Chicago Bears are there per se, even though that Caleb did have some pretty good plays. But again, these boys were head and shoulders, and Saquon Barkley led that charge. I think somewhere during midseason, I thought it was somewhere around the fact that Saquon Barkley had something like 23 at the time when I saw it. Saquon Barkley had 23. Let me see if I can look at it like this. I'm just saying this because, man, the stuff we're saying about, man, again, I love Jalen Hurts. Man, we got to stop this lies, though. We just got to stop telling lies, man. We got to we paint these narratives that are just insane. Saying stuff like, yeah, he clutch and Dak's not. Man, come on, man. Stop this stuff. I mean, this is... Look at this. Let me show you an insane stat. You don't believe that Saquon Barkley was the biggest reason offensively that they went to the Super Bowl and won it? Look at this. Saquon Barkley registered 46 explosive runs. You're beating a lot of teams like this. When you have the combination of their line, their dual threat quarterback, their wide receivers, their tight end, their exquisitely nasty defensive line, their linebackers, their defensive backs, when you have that combination with Saquon Barkley, you're going to be hard to beat. Even though I would have loved to see the Detroit Lions healthy go up against them. The Detroit Lions had they got a good defense. They got a good defense too. Good defensive line when they're healthy too. Got a great running game when they're healthy too. I would have loved to see it. These stats are insanity when you look at these. These stats by Saquon Barkley on a team like the Philadelphia Eagles. You're going to beat a lot of teams. 2,005 yards, 15 rushing touchdowns. Probably could have got an additional 10 or more if not for the tush push. This dude had 46 explosive runs. Tell me anything you want to. You're beating a lot of teams like this. You're beating a lot of teams. You're beating a lot of teams like this. Yards after contact. He finished with the second most yards after contact, 1,176 yards. This dude was crazy. This dude was crazy. Look at this. Second half performance. He had 1,245 rushing yards and 496 RYOE in the second half of games, topping all other players in the league. Understand what that stat means. Let me break that down for you. You don't need Jalen Hurts to be clutch when your running back is taking over the second half of games. Saquon Barkley was literally breaking the back of teams they were playing. Jalen Hurts was playing cleanup. Saquon Barkley was breaking teams back. He was flat out breaking teams back. 20-plus mile-per-hour carries. He reached that 11 times, 5 more than the next closest running back. Y'all can tell me anything y'all want to. I'll listen to you, but I'm not going to believe you. The tape is not going to lie. The stats are not going to lie. The reason why they went and won the Super Bowl, it is not Saquon Barkley. It is not Jalen Hurts. It is Saquon Barkley. Look at this. I bet you Dak Prescott wish he could get this. I bet you Dak Prescott wishes that he had a running back that got Offensive Player of the Year with the team that Jalen Hurts had around him. You're beating a whole lot of teams. You want to know why he won his first championship? Look at all these accolades. This dude was insane. I'm sorry, this dude was insane. We're lying to ourselves about Jalen Hurts. I love me some Jalen Hurts, but we're lying about Jalen Hurts. We're lying. We're lying to ourselves. There's no other way to slice it. We're lying to ourselves about Jalen Hurts. Saquon Barkley. And let me tell you something. Lamar Jackson had a fabulous season. He's the only one I could even justify beating out Saquon Barkley. But when you think about, and unfortunately it's a regular season award, but when you think about where Saquon Barkley got the Philadelphia Eagles, along with that team, because it's a team game, great defensive line, great linebackers, good defensive backs, good offensive line, great wide receiver duo, good tight end, good quarterback. Saquon Barkley was the thing that pushed him over the top. Saquon Barkley pushed him over the top, period. Should have won MVP. I'm just telling you. It is what it is. We got to stop the Jalen Hurts nonsense, though. Again, I'm going to tell you, I like Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts can play some football. Stop saying that this dude is better than Dak Prescott, more clutch than Dak Prescott. If that's the case, then you can make the argument he's more clutch than Patrick Mahomes. No, he played on a better team than Patrick Mahomes because we watched the best quarterback get beat by the best team. Jalen Hurts is not the best quarterback. And if I'm Jalen Hurts, I'm not mad that people are not saying I'm not a top 5 quarterback. If you're talking about, I got to admit it. It's no big deal, but I got a championship. I got a Super Bowl. I got that. That's what I want. I'm telling you. Just telling you it's the facts, and we don't like this. D-Web, I'm just telling the truth, man. They don't like this. We're lying to ourselves. We've lied to ourselves about Dak Prescott in these playoff games. I just showed us this. I already broke down the Green Bay game before. We're lying to ourselves about how bad Dak Prescott has been. No. Can we talk about how bad the team has been around Dak Prescott? We never saw a lead in the San Francisco games. We never saw a lead. We never saw a lead. And even now when we look at the turnovers, we lied to ourselves. 2 turnovers in the second San Francisco game only led to 6 points. We got a turnover and got 3 of those points back. So you're telling me that 3 points, which is the turnover differential, you're telling me that 1 extra interception, 1 extra turnover That's what beat us against the 49ers. No, I remember that game. They actually looked more dominant than us when we came out. But the turning point, Tony Pollard broke leg. The play we called down there in the red zone, throwing a dumb out route on 2nd and 2 rather than continuing to run the ball, run the clock, run the ball, run the time off the clock, see if we can run it in. Well, what does that tell you about our run game after Tony Pollard went out? We obviously didn't think we could run it. We decided to throw it rather than running it on a 2nd and 2. Dumb. Is that the quarterback or is that the play calling? Dumb. And Dak Prescott, to a fault. Dak Prescott shouldn't have thrown that pass. Can we say that? Yes. How about you don't even run that play? Y'all might not realize this. I'm going to tell you something's going to hurt your feelings again. Do you not realize how much Kellen Moore literally closed 50% of his playbook with Jalen Hurts? Kellen Moore closed about 50% of his playbook he closed about 50% of his playbook with Jalen Hurts. Why? Because Jalen Hurts, throwing-wise, can't do a lot of the things that Dak Prescott does. He can't. It's not his game, and I'm not mad at him for it. It's just not his game. So you close that part of the playbook, and Saquon Barkley saved him because Saquon Barkley made Kellen Moore draw up some new playbook because we know that when he was with Dallas, he only ran the ball 31% of the time, and the reason was because, one, Dak Prescott can make every throw, and number two, they didn't have the run game anymore. With Jalen Hurts, they realized we can't throw the ball we can't throw the ball 60 and 70% of the time with Jalen Hurts. No, we got to play to his strengths. He can run the ball, but that wasn't enough to get them to the Super Bowl. Bring in Saquon Barkley. Boy, we are lying to ourselves. I'm sorry, man. We lied to ourselves about Jalen Hurts, man. We painted a picture. We painted a picture of Jalen Hurts because we hate Dak Prescott so much. We have to paint a better picture of Jalen Hurts to say he's this much better than Dak Prescott. No. Look at the team that he went to the Super Bowl with. Dak Prescott has never played on a team that good. Tell me anything you want to, he hasn't. He hasn't played on a team that good. We talk about, well, Dak had Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb. Did you notice how many yards he had in the playoffs? CeeDee Lamb. Y'all may not realize it. We built CeeDee Lamb over 2 seasons. And I commend Jerry Jones for this, but also fault Jerry Jones for this. CeeDee Lamb comes into his own because they let go of Amari Cooper. CeeDee Lamb became the man in the second playoff game or the second playoff season and when they met the 49ers. But the problem is we didn't have the wide receivers that we had when we had CeeDee Lamb, when we had Amari Cooper, when we had Gallup, when we had Cedric Wilson. That wide receiver core is different when we see the San Francisco 49ers the second time. The second time. CeeDee Lamb still isn't him. CeeDee Lamb doesn't become him until 2023. That took 2 seasons. CeeDee Lamb became him in 2023. He became the main man in 2022. He became him in 2023. And that's the CeeDee Lamb we have now. So don't get it confused. The CeeDee Lamb that we had with Amari Cooper was not the same CeeDee Lamb. Dak Prescott didn't see him the same. This offense didn't even treat him the same. Amari Cooper was the primary wide receiver. Dalton Schultz, for all intents and purposes, let's keep it 100. Dalton Schultz was at a better point in his career than Ferguson is right now. Ferguson has the potential to be better than Dalton Schultz, but Ferguson is not yet better than Dalton Schultz. I think sometimes because we're seeing the same names, we're thinking, well, he had this and he had that. Understand, they're at different stages of their career at the time. CeeDee Lamb is at a different stage in his career the first time we played the 49ers. He's in a different situation the second time we played the 49ers. He's the man, but he don't have the he doesn't have the equation or the equal of what Amari Cooper had when it was him and Amari Cooper, Cedric Wilson, and Michael Gallup. He doesn't have that same supporting cast. Even in 2022, CeeDee Lamb was the best wide receiver we had, and he wasn't even him yet. Let that sink in. Let it sink in. I'm telling you, let it sink in. Let it sink in. Dale Cowell, appreciate you. Man, let me tell you something. Dale, context matters. Context matters. Context make you see things for what they truly are. Narratives will make you see things the way other people want you to see them. I don't see things the way people want me to see them. I don't see things the way other people see them, because when people start telling you things, one of the things you got to pay attention to is, what are their biases? We all have them. What are their biases? And when they start talking about their biases, when I identify their biases, are you giving me the story about this player, or are you giving me the story of all the players around that player? And the problem is, when we talk about Dak Prescott, we talk about him like he's the whole team, like he's the quarterback, the wide receiver, the running back, the line. We talk about him like he's the defensive line, the edge rusher, the linebacker, the cornerbacks, the safeties. We're talking about him like he's making his own decisions on the field as far as the plays, the coaching. We talk about Dak Prescott like he's a singular entity, that it's him out there everywhere. And I just showed us in 3 games. In those 3 games, no one wants to talk about the performance of Ezekiel Elliott in all of those games. No one wants to talk about the running game or the lack thereof in those games. We have went into 4 playoff games with Dak Prescott, and really 5. We went into 5 playoff games with Dak Prescott. And we don't even have 90 yards. We don't even talk about 100. We don't even have 90 yards rushing from the running back position. Make that make sense. We don't even have 90 yards rushing. You want to make it even worse? We don't even have a running back in 4 losing playoff games. Do we even have a running back that gained 50, 60, 70 yards? And you're thinking that we're going to beat somebody when the quarterback is the second leading rusher and he's only running for 22 yards? Boy, we don't. I don't know what else to tell us on this stuff. I just can't. I don't know what else to tell us. I don't know what else to tell us, man. I don't. Jared Thomas, let me tell you the point you just made. Philadelphia saw the Kansas City Chiefs 2 seasons previous to this one. And in the first game, if you go back and pay attention, the Philadelphia Eagles treated the Kansas City Chiefs like they were a championship team that couldn't be beat. You know how they treated them the second time? They treated the Kansas City Chiefs like we're better than you, because we know we're better than you. We're not just better than you on tape. I mean, better than you on paper. The Philadelphia Eagles, you got the better. Understand this. They went into the game knowing, Kansas City, you have the best quarterback in the league. We have the best team in the league, and we're not afraid of you. Philadelphia couldn't tell Kansas City, we have the best quarterback in the league. We have the second best quarterback in the league. We have the fifth best quarterback in the league. They couldn't tell them that. You know what they could tell them? Kansas City, got the best defensive line in the league. Patrick Mahomes, you're the best quarterback in the league. We got news for you. You're not getting in the end zone today. As long as our starting defense is on the field, Patrick Mahomes will tell you to your face, you're not getting in the end zone. By the way, we have the best running back in the league, Kansas City. And we got news for you. Even if you stop him, we're going to run him all day long. So get ready. We don't care if you stop him 10 times in a row. We don't care if you stop him 15 times in a row. We don't care if you stop him 20 times in a row. We don't care if you stop him 25, 30, 35 times in a row. We're going to run the ball, and we don't care if we get 30 yards. But we're going to put you on notice. Stopping the run today won't be like it was against the Buffalo Bills. No, we're not giving up on it. We're going to run it all day long. We're going to run it all day long. There's a reason why. Jalen Hurts' performance was nowhere near as good as it was in the first Super Bowl. They were the better team. That's why they looked at him differently. That's why they looked at him differently. They didn't fear Kansas City because they knew, bro, we got the number one defense in football. There's nothing you can do, Patrick Mahomes. We got the number one rushing attack in football. It opens up. If you stop Saquon Barkley, we still got you on play action. We still got you on play action. Don't forget, we got one of the best, if not top 3 wide receiver duos in the league. I'm telling you, the Philadelphia Eagles were not hard to beat because of Jalen Hurts. The Philadelphia Eagles were hard to beat because of the team that they had and Saquon Barkley. That's why they were hard to beat. That's why they were hard to beat. And the Cowboys have a monumental task. And it's the very reason why I told y'all. They have a monumental task. They cannot build what they presently have. They cannot build the best roster in football. It's going to take 2 more. It's going to take 1 more. It's this season. They got to fill in all the gaps. It is next season that we're going to watch them build one of the best. We're going to watch them build one of the best rosters in the league next year. We're on our way this year. We're going to look a lot better. But it's going to take next year to where you truly get to the point. You got to address wide receiver in this draft. You have to address running back in this draft. You have to address cornerback. You got to get a little bit more depth at the defensive tackle position. You might even want to go in, show up your linebacker position. You definitely want to go in and even see if you can work with your safeties and then see if you can maybe throw in a couple of developmental people on the line, 1 or 2 developmental people on the line. So the Cowboys, in all of that, they will have solidified their team. Plus, I think they're going to do some more in free agency. Probably after the draft again. Joe Milton was not something that surprises. They're probably going to go in the draft again. And, they're going to go after the draft, and they'll probably get a couple more players. Will not be surprised if they do something at the trade deadline also. They're going to get this team good enough. I'm still predicting the Cowboys will win somewhere around 11 games. They'll probably win a playoff game. They're not doing what Jesse Holley talking about, deep playoff run. I don't think the Cowboys are going to go to the NFC Championship game this year. I think it's next year because they will truly be able to choose best player available for the most part in the draft. And that's what you want. We're not there yet. They're trying to get there. They're not there yet. They're not there yet. Intelligent Savage, I'm just telling us. If you just start breaking this stuff down, we realize something very fast. It's not Dak Prescott. It's not Dak Prescott. Drew 912. This statement you make right here, it makes a lot more sense. the team was injured and they still beat the Cowboys. That's where you're correct. They beat the Cowboys. You're correct. They had a game plan that was just good. It was, and the Cowboys, I'm telling us, the Cowboys, we don't realize they've been so easy to scheme for in these playoff games. And this is what they have to fix. They have to make themselves to where you can't just step in the game and say, okay, we'll take away CeeDee Lamb and take away Michael Parsons. You have nothing left on defense and you have nothing left on offense. We can't go into another playoff game like that. We can't go into another season like that again, because that has been the formula for beating the Dallas Cowboys. Dak Prescott isn't the one they're stopping. They're stopping his weapons. Did I say weapons? Please forgive me. They're stopping his weapon. They stop his weapon. We have to have one of the worst drop-offs from wide receiver 1 to wide receiver 2 in the league. I don't think there's anyone that has a worse drop-off. Y'all got to tell me who it is. I don't think anyone has a worse drop-off than that. I don't think anyone has a worse drop-off. But again, the Cowboys, I think the Cowboys, they're going to fix a lot of this. So we're going to be good. Let me say this before we get out of here, before we get to the end. Let me show you this. And this is kind of what got me where I am. I mean, kind of got me going in some of these places, this stuff with Joe Milton. I gotta send something to Fish. And if y'all can, when y'all see this, send something to Fisher, Mike Fisher. Shout out to Athlon Sports. Man, he gotta do something about this right here. Nate Lunak. This man has the unmitigated gall to say Super Bowl champion. Super Bowl champion sends Dak Prescott clear warning after Cowboys quarterback move. And I'm thinking, Super Bowl champion? Tom Brady? Ex-Dallas Cowboy, Troy Aikman? Michael Irvin? Emmitt Smith? Man, okay. Jalen Hurts? Saquon Barkley? Patrick Mahomes? Tyreek Hill? Super Bowl champion sends Dak Prescott clear warning after Cowboys quarterback move. Let me show you how these people sensationalize things they write. So as you get down into this article, the Dallas Cowboys made one of their biggest moves of the offseason so far on Thursday by trading for 25-year-old quarterback Joe Milton from the New England Patriots. Only in Dallas. Only in Dallas. Only in Dallas do we make a quarterback that we trade a 4th-round draft pick for in Trey Lance. We're the only team I know that is a big deal, and everyone talks about the backup quarterback for an entire offseason. He gets to play the whole preseason, and he's all the talk going into 2024. Here we go again. Their biggest move of the offseason. This is a good move, great move even by the Cowboys, but let's stop acting like Joe Milton is about to come in and take Dak Prescott's job and take the Dallas Cowboys to the Super Bowl. It's a move that's likely seen as a replacement for backup Cooper Rush, who left the Cowboys, which it is. However, during the Thursday Super Bowl episode of The Facility, former NFL running back and 2-time Super Bowl champion Lesean McCoy. Please help me out on this. Help me out on this. Super Bowl champ, 2-time Super Bowl champion Lesean McCoy sent a clear warning to the Cowboys starter Dak Prescott. Boy, we about to laugh. This dude said with a straight face, Dak, find a realtor. Because Joe Milton got talent and can play. They said the same thing about Trey Lance. I'll say this, y'all laughed and all. I wonder why they're laughing at him. I wonder why they are laughing at him. Y'all laughed and all, but I've seen other quarterbacks get paid a lot of money. They move on from them. Lesean McCoy, can you count the ways? Can you tell us the quarterbacks? The guy who wrote this, he's just being as clickbaitish. He's being as clickbaitish as Mr. Cut on a Dime 25, Lesean McCoy. Dak, find a realtor. Stop it. Stop this nonsense. This is crazy. This is crazy what this man said. Dak, find a realtor. Guys, Stu Lesean McCoy is insane. The Cowboys have 231 million reasons why Dak Prescott is not finding a realtor. Cowboys did not. They did not get Joe. They did not get Joe Milton to be the Dak Prescott replacement. This is ludicrous. I don't know which one of these is more ludicrous. I don't know if it's more ludicrous to say Dak Prescott find a realtor, or let me go back to this. Super Bowl champion? What? This is crazy. Super Bowl champion? Look at this. I'm sorry. I'm not talking bad about the man. God forgive me. I mean, I don't know. I can't even ask forgiveness for telling the truth. Look at this. Lesean McCoy won 2 Super Bowls. Super Bowl 53, Super Bowl 45, I guess this is. But did not play in either game? Wait a minute. Bro, let me tell you something. If you want to wear a Super Bowl ring for the women, you going to the club, you trying to flex. Hey, man, what's that ring on your finger? Yeah, I've been to the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? I've been to the Super Bowl, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, man, I've been to the Super Bowl. I've been to 2 Super Bowls. I got 2 Super Bowl rings. Man, if you want to flex like that in the club on the ladies, because, you get some of the ladies in the club, they might not know anything about football. Man, don't you dare show that to any of the brothers. Don't you dare show that nonsense to some of these. Man, let me tell you something, boy. Now, I wouldn't say a lot to Lesean McCoy in the club. We already know he like to fight. Lesean McCoy gonna fight you in the club. But, man, let me tell you something. To call this man a Super Bowl champion is crazy. What? Boy. Man, this is crazy. To call Lesean McCoy a 2-time Super Bowl champion, he didn't play in the Super Bowl. Hey, I guess a third-string quarterback can say he won a Super Bowl too. That don't make him a Super Bowl champion in the literal term. This man didn't play a down. At least let me get in garbage time. Can I get in at garbage time, coach? Can I get in at garbage time so I can at least have some highlights to show my family and friends that or at least show, when I want to flex in the club, I can say, these are my Super Bowl rings. Let me show you a little bit of tape. Yeah, don't look at the score. I know we was up by 30 or 40 points. Don't look at the score. But that's me. I played in the Super Bowl. This man... I'm just telling you about me. I'm not even trying to flex like this. I'm going to take these doggone Super Bowl rings and I'm going to put these Super Bowl rings in my trophy mantle. In my trophy case. I'm going to have them on display when people come over. And when folk ask me about them Super Bowl rings, I'm not even exaggerating. Yeah, man, I was, later on in my career, I played on 2 Super Bowl teams. I didn't play a down, bro. I didn't play a down, but I was on 2 Super Bowl teams, and I got me a couple of Super Bowls. But if you want to look at me during my career, I was a 6-time Pro Bowler, 2-time first-team All-Pro. I can talk to you about that stuff, but, man, I got to keep it 100 with you. I'm not, I'm not too comfortable with people calling me a Super Bowl champion because, I'm the type of person I would have liked to have played in the Super Bowl to say I'm a Super Bowl champion. Come on, this is crazy, man. Man, this dude who wrote this ought to retract this. Man, this dude ought to retract it. This is crazy. This is crazy. Eddie Lowe back there, he said McCoy wrote, he said he wrote the bitch in both of them. Come on, man. Top Gunner said 2-time Super Bowl champion bitch warmer, Lesean McCoy. Come on. Man, come on, man. Boy, this is crazy. Man, this is crazy talk. To call this dude a 2-time Super Bowl, to call this dude a Super Bowl champion is crazy. I can't, man. I can't. Boy, this is crazy. Robert M., he said he got 2 Super Bowl rings and didn't see the field in the game. Man, I'm sorry. Boy, y'all got to forgive me for this, man. Boy, this is crazy. Man, this is crazy, boy. This is crazy to me. Man, Alex, this dude make it sound like McCoy was the MVP in those Super Bowls. Boy, this is crazy to me. I can't get over it. The way this dude wrote this is insanity, man. Boy, I gotta sit in this to fit. Man, come on, man. This dude talking about, man, look at this thing again. Super Bowl champion since Dak Prescott. Boy, this is crazy. Boy, this is crazy talk. To address this man as a Super Bowl champion. Boy, this is crazy talk, man. This is crazy talk to me. Not only does he do it once, 2-time Super Bowl champion. Come on, man. I'm sorry, this is crazy. This is crazy work to me. This is crazy work. Boy, this is crazy work. Miss Matthews said to water boy. Boy, Miss Matthews said to water boy. Could have written that article. Boy, this had me wrong. Man, this had me crying. Man, I'm crying. It's crazy. To call this man a Super Bowl champion. Boy, this is crazy. And then this is the real comedy. He says, y'all laughed. Y'all laughed. I'll say this, y'all laughed and all that, but I've seen other quarterbacks get paid a lot of money and they move on from them. Man, boy, I can't with this dude, man. I can't with this dude. Boy, I can't with this dude, man. I just can't. I can't. This is too much for me. Boy, this is too much for me. Woo, man, this is too much for me on this Shady McCoy stuff. I can't, man. I can't do it. Robert, this dude wasn't even on the active roster. I can't with this dude. I can't take this dude serious. I can't take this serious, man. I can't. This is, man, Lost in Translation said he's a double clown. Boy, I can't with this, man. I can't do this. Man, let me tell you something. I can take all the Dak Prescott criticism, man. I can take it. But when I see somebody say a Super Bowl champion sends a clear warning to start a Dak Prescott, and then I see it's Shady McCoy and this man to call this man a 2-time Super Bowl champion. Boy, this is too much for me, man. I can't do it. Whoa. Boy, hey, DC, oh, man. DC said this the loudest trash-talking bitch warm on TV. Oh, man, I'm with you. DC, I can't with this. I can't do it. This too much for me, man. Boy, this too much for me. Hey, we like our guys. It's not the fact that we haven't been to the Super Bowl, bro. But to address this man as a 2-time Super Bowl champion, who wasn't even active for the Super Bowl, didn't even play for him. As if we're supposed to take what Shady McCoy, who has said some of the most outlandish things about Dak Prescott, that we're supposed to take a man who absolutely hates Dak Prescott, who played on a team that the Philadelphia Eagles, that he's mad that Dak Prescott is on the Philadelphia Eagles, for them to even think that we're going to take this man serious. It's crazy, man. It's crazy to me. I'm sorry. Hey, we like our guys, boy. You got to forgive me because I'm sorry. This is too much comedy for me, man. Boy, this is comedy. To call me, boy, Deezy said this is a participation. Deezy said that's a participation ring. Man, this is too crazy for me. It's too crazy for me. I can't with this dude. I can't with this dude. Ice Cold Cowboy. Ice Cold Cowboy said Jimmy G laughing too. Man, I'm telling you, boy, I can't with this dude, man. I can't with this dude. Man, we might as well go back and dig up all the backup quarterbacks. We might as well go dig up all the third-string running backs. And when we address all these third-string running backs, all these players who played on Super Bowl teams that never played, the next time we address these dudes, then we need to pay them the same homage. We need to call them Super Bowl winning players. Because to call Lesean McCoy Super Bowl player, boy, Coyote said Lil Diddy McCoy. He said brings you towels and lotion, man. Man, this is crazy. Man, this dude don't have no filter. He don't have no filter, man. Robert Hill said they should just gave Shady a ribbon and a lollipop. And then I'm laughing because he talking about y'all laugh. Yeah. Trey Lance has talent. Do y'all know let me tell you something again about the NFL. I told you this story before. I got a friend that went to the NFL. I went to school with a couple of players, or a few players that have went to the NFL. But one player in particular, he told me, they're all good, man. They're all good in the NFL. The third stringers, the practice squad guys, they're good. But when you start comparing them to the best of the best, that's where you get the pecking order. And it is not the fact that Lesean McCoy was not good. This dude in his heyday, Lesean McCoy, boy, he put on a show in his heyday. If you want to call him 6-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro, you want to pull up some tape, I'll pull up some tape, which I'll tell you. Man, this dude was crazy on the field. But boy, his post-football life. Lesean McCoy, I don't even understand how he got that job on the facility. This dude gives some of the dumbest, unresearched takes. He let his emotions boil over on a lot of his takes. No, I mean, they got research people. I just think he gets the research and throw it in the trash. Lesean McCoy gives some of the dumbest takes. He does. He does. And for the dude who wrote this to label this guy as a 2-time Super Bowl champion, it is so misleading. It's almost like he was trying to validate. It's like he was trying to validate Shady McCoy making these comments. D. Webb said, my boy was bringing cold water from the sideline. Man, I can't with this dude, man. I can't with this dude, Shady McCoy. Man, hey, I don't think he did no work to get there. They brought him in to be a backup. And again, Reginald, hey, man, I ain't going to hate on the dude. The dude was good in his heyday. But, man, I just got to keep it real, bro. To call this dude a Super Bowl champion, man, come on, man. This dude here. This dude is Shady McCoy, man, by the time he got to these teams, man, nobody wanted this dude to play. Nobody wanted this dude to play. Nah, Love, I'm not doing it, bro. I'm just calling it for what it is. This dude, Shady McCoy, stop it. Come on, bro. You can't call this dude with a straight face. You can't call this dude a 2-time Super Bowl champion. You can't do it with a straight face. I'm sorry. If I was on the team If I was on the team as the third string quarterback of a two-time Super Bowl champion, I'm not addressing myself. I'm not addressing myself as a Super Bowl champion. I'm not doing that. Man, I'm not doing that. That is just disingenuous. Is it true? Yeah, I was on a championship team. Did I play? No. No, I didn't play. So don't throw that title out there to try to validate one of the dumbest statements that this dude has made. This dude is calling for Dak Prescott to call a realtor, and Dak Prescott has already knocked his crib down, and his new house isn't even through being built. And this dude is saying because Joe Milton, who didn't go first, who didn't go second, who didn't go third, who didn't go fourth, who didn't go fifth, went in the 6th round, 6 years in college, 1 year starter, came up on the block this year, 3rd round, everyone, the New England Patriots, asking for a 3rd round pick. Nobody was willing to offer a 3rd, a 4th, or a 5th. The Cowboys were the only team willing to offer a 5th round draft pick for one Joe Milton. Let's stop acting like the Cowboys are the smartest. I love my Dallas Cowboys, but let's stop acting like we have the smartest, the best scouting department out there and saying that we're seeing something that no one else is seeing in Joe Milton III. No, Love Light. Everyone knows that this dude is talented. Let me speak facts. Let me show you some facts. Let me tell you something. It's okay to be emotional. This boy, Shady McCoy, got me emotional because I'm over here rolling on this dude with this crazy take. But again, something can be funny, and we can still tell the truth. This is not made up, and it's laughable. We're not throwing shade at one Joe Milton III. We got to tell the truth and make sure that as the Dallas Cowboy fans, don't do this again. We did the same thing with Trey Lance. And what enamored us about Trey Lance? 1st round draft pick, all they gave up for him, body size, arm strength, running ability. These are the things that had people going crazy over Trey Lance. And the problem is we don't understand how good Dak Prescott really is. Player bio, 2018, redshirted, played in 4 games as a reserve. 2019, 4 games, played as a reserve. 2020, this is at Michigan, played in all 6 games with 5 starts. Lost starting job in the season finale to Cade McNamara. Hold on. Don't let that slip your mind. He lost the job. So was he 6'5" in college? Was he 6'5" in college? Was he talented in college? Did he have a rocket arm in college? Could he run the ball in college? Let's calm down. The Dak Prescott haters, calm down. Let's calm down. We love this pickup of Joe Milton III. Let's calm down and stop acting like he's the Dak Prescott replacement, because let me show you something else that this guy so cleverly is slipping in, because he wants you to read this article. He wants you to click on this article. Did you notice what he didn't say? Super Bowl champion Lesean McCoy sends Dak Prescott a clear warning, because the moment people would have saw Sean McCoy, Love Light, you know what they would have did? They would have laughed and not even read the article. But because he said Super Bowl winning champion, we got to go down and read the article. And by the time we get to the name of Lesean McCoy, man, we halfway through the article. So now, okay, what did he say? And then we find how dumb it is. Dak Prescott find a realtor because the Cowboys signed Joe Milton? Come on, man. Come on. Two things can be true. The Cowboys haven't been to the Super Bowl, and this right here is nothing but gaslighting. It is the epitome of clickbaiting. This article should be the example of the definition of clickbaiting in the dictionary. This is insane. It's insane to say this. And this guy even says in the article, this is the smartest thing he said in the article. Smartest thing he said in the article and the most truthful thing he said in the article. Look at this. This is the most truthful thing he said in the article. It's a move that's likely seen as a replacement for backup Cooper Rush. That's the truth. All this other nonsense is designed for you to click on this article, for you to read this article. That's what this nonsense is for. Bro, this is nonsense. I don't care if we haven't been to a Super Bowl. This is dumb. And they're proving to him it's dumb. Y'all laughed. I wonder why they're laughing. Because we got to get back to the truth of the matter. I like Joe Milton III. I saw him in preseason last year, and I was like, wow, this guy looks pretty good. I like Joe Milton III. We got to understand that two things can be true. You can like someone, but that don't mean you have to promote them to the top of the totem pole, and you haven't even seen them play in 4 games. Lost the starting job to Cade McNamara. I got a strange feeling. The reason why I don't know who this guy is he in the pros? I don't know. Is he the backup quarterback somewhere? Because I know he's not a starter. Says he played in 8 games with starts in the first 2 games. I'm thinking this is at Tennessee. He won the starting job in camp, but was injured versus Pittsburgh and was a reserve for the rest of the season because of the strong play of Hendon Hooker. Watch this. Played in 9 games with 2 starts for the injured Hendon Hooker. So the question is, did he win the job over Hendon Hooker? I can tell you in 2023, he started 12 games. And while these stats, they look pretty good, I don't see any bowl games. I don't see any I don't see any playoffs. I don't see any of these things. And even when you look at these stats compared to the big quarterbacks in the NCAA, excuse my stuttering, these numbers don't blow you away. What blows you away about Joe Milton is when you look at his size. That's what blows you away. Similar to another player the Cowboys have on this team, Jonathan Mingo. Jonathan Mingo blows you away when you look at him. We're going to see what he is this season when he gets with Dak Prescott. And again, Joe Milton needs a lot of work. Joe Milton needs to sit behind Dak Prescott for about 2 years. We don't want Joe Milton to have to be the quarterback for the Cowboys this year. We don't want him to have to come in and play 10 to 12 games. That's not what we're wanting. We're actually not wanting him to play this season. That's what we're wanting. We don't want him to play. We're not getting this guy to play. We're getting this guy to be a developmental quarterback because that's exactly what they were going to do in the draft. Let's read some more facts. These guys who scout him, this is the reason why no one would give anything more than a 5th for him than the Cowboys. The Cowboys want to see if they can develop him over the next 2 to 3 seasons to where he's not the Dak Prescott replacement. He will probably be the bridge for the Dak Prescott replacement. And they have already written articles that don't rule out that the Cowboys still don't go in the draft and get a quarterback. I'm just telling you what they're writing. It says here, overview, rare physical specimen with proverbial arm talent, and to make all the NFL throws. To make them, not saying he has made them or can make them, but he's prevented from doing so by what? A lack of timing, accuracy, and touch. Calm down, Cowboys. Calm down, Dak Prescott haters. Calm down. Milton is gifted with a cannon for a right arm and can throw the ball as hard or as far as you want. His fastballs are often inaccurate and difficult to catch for moving targets, and he was wildly inconsistent locating his deep throws. He can elude pressure, extends plays, and put jaw-dropping highlights on the tape, but he's never been able to mature his game from splashy to consistent. He's primarily a single-side reader who struggles to improvise with his eyes. The physical ingredients could get him drafted on day 3, but his lack of development over 6 seasons discourages his projection. Those are the facts. Those are the facts. But to call Lesean McCoy a championship, to call Lesean McCoy as a Super Bowl champion, it's the facts, but it's semantics. to call this dude a Super Bowl champion is crazy. It's crazy. It's absolute. I'm sorry. It's absolutely crazy. Let me show you something else. Boy, let me tell you. Boy, you got to understand, man. Some of the stuff that we're saying, boy, if we look at this stuff in context. This is why I'm telling us, let's not get too excited about this, and look at it for what it is. He's a talented kid that needs some development. You want to know how I know? So let's look at Joe Milton's draft projection. This was by Lance Zierlein, round 5. We've already read the overview. You want to see something that's crazy? They had him ranked at a 5.8. He's 6'5", 235. I don't see the 40 time. I've noticed I haven't seen the 40 time on him. Production score 59, athleticism 84, total score 71. I don't see the 40 on it. You want to see something amazing? Look at this. Trey Lance. 6.47. This is what they ranked him. You want to know what impressed teams about Trey Lance? 6'4". You can say the same thing about Trey Lance. Trey Lance was splashy in college. He was splashy. Big runs, maybe a throw here and there. Highly productive in college. They ranked him at a 6.47. Round number 1 is where he was picked. His athleticism, 77. Production score, high, 86. Total score, 83. Look at these other things they said about him. Look at this. 1-year starter who dazzled in 2019. Lance is mature for his age, but will be just 20 years old at the time of the 2021 NFL Draft. He's a rare. What? Let me make sure I underline that. Maybe you didn't see this part. He's a rare dual threat quarterback in that he's tasked with setting his own protections and reading the full field. Coaches rave about his football IQ and film work. They believe he will come into the league more football savvy than most of the quarterbacks in this draft. Okay. Really? Got my spidey senses tingling now. Hold on a second. Hmm. Got my spidey senses tingling. 2021 may go down in history as one of the worst quarterback drafts in history. It may go down in infamy as one of the worst quarterback drafts in history. The first overall quarterback was Trevor Lawrence. He still hadn't panned out. Second overall quarterback, Zach Wilson. He's been benched. Third overall quarterback, Trey Lance. 11th overall quarterback, Justin Fields. 15th overall quarterback, Mac Jones. You want to know what they all have in common? Or at least 4 of them have in common? Not one of them are a starter anymore. Well, you know what? Hold on a second. 2 of the 3 are starters, but before this year, only one of them was still a starter. This may be the last hurrah for Justin Fields. Justin Fields has got to show a lot more on this go around. And I feel so bad for him because he's going to the New York Jets. I really wish the Pittsburgh Steelers would have brought him back. But I just, man, the New York Jets are quarterback killers. Even Trevor Lawrence has yet to show up. We've seen splashes. Trevor Lawrence hasn't shown up. And again, I'm just saying all of that to say, slow down. We got to slow down. I like the Joe Milton. I love the Joe Milton trade. I think Joe Milton will be someone that'll be good for us to develop. Because if you can get that size, the same thing with Trey Lance, and we took the same chance on Trey Lance. Let me tell y'all something, man. We probably would have gave up a 4th for Joe Milton if we would have had it. We gave up the next best thing, a 5th. But when you look at the stuff they're saying about Trey Lance, film junkie, high football IQ, make calls to set his own protections, bouncy feet for accelerated pockets, play fake aficionado from under the center, causing defenders to consistently bite, passing scheme encourages full field reads, processes progressions very quickly, and can work to his 4th read with protected. What in the world were they seeing? Able to mentally recalibrate his attack when play comes off schedule. Taking care of the football is a priority for him. What were they seeing? Rarely takes bait against zone defenders and safeties, looking to pounce. Compact, twitchy release, partially mitigates his windup. Makes attempt to throw targets away from the... I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. But this is what I'm telling us, man. We gotta just quell these man, people be seeing this stuff, boy. They be acting like, boy, the Cowboys have done something and seen something that no one else has seen. Boy, they done gave up a 4th round draft pick for Trey Lance. He about to come in here. He about to take Dak Prescott's spot, and they reading all this stuff. Adequate anticipation on timing routes. Makes quality touch throws into sideline buckets over linebackers. Knows his way around the pocket. Can make sudden escapes. Above average speeds, athleticism. Power when heads moves as a runner. Able to move the chains in a variety of ways. These are all the things that he struggled with in the pros. He struggled with all of these things in the pros. Look at this. These people gave us that evaluation with only 318 pass attempts. I'm just telling you, this is why you have to quell your expectations. And not buy into dumb takes like people like Lesean McCoy. And not be saying things like, yeah, man, let's load the day, man, day one starter. He wasn't a day one starter in the league. Let's let him develop. Maybe he develops into something good. I still think Trey Lance needs development. I think Trey Lance should have took the Cowboys up on their offer. I think Trey Lance should have stayed with the Dallas Cowboys and signed another 2-year deal. He's already made $34 million for not playing. Hey, man, you already got $5 million for us for barely playing. What would have been the big deal of taking a couple of $1 million? The Cowboys probably would have gave Trey Lance maybe $2 or $3 million. You know, they probably would have gave him $2 or $3 million. Take that time to continue to develop. Continue to develop on the Dak Prescott. Earn the second quarterback position. You never know. You might get an opportunity to play down the line. But again, if you look at Trey Lance's weaknesses, they're in total opposition almost of everything they said about him. They said he got pocket presence. But then they talked about he got bouncy feet. Then they said gets a little lackadaisical with his feet in the quick game. Needs to trust his pocket. They said he knows his way around the pocket. Then they said he has a tendency to avoid pocket rather than sliding and surveilling. I thought you said he knew his way around. I thought up here they said he knew his way around the pocket. Am I going crazy? It's almost like they're kind of going against themselves. Oh, look at this. Look, I didn't think I was crazy. Knows his way around the pocket and can make sudden escapes. But then down here starts talking about has a tendency to avoid pocket. Pressure pulls his attention from deliverable throws. Needs to become more decisive and trust his eyes. Leaves lower half behind, diminishing his drive velocity. I'm just telling us we have to be very cautious because we hate Dak Prescott so much. We're wanting his replacement before his time. Joe Milton. Elite size and arm strength are both well beyond positional norms. Throws blazing heat. Delivers long off-platform throws with the flick of a wrist. Will stand his ground and take punishing hits. Able to keep his eyes downfield. Posted 32 touchdowns against just 5 interceptions over 3 seasons. Strong against potential sacks and escapes. So, let me just sum up everything they said about Joe Milton in one word. Athletic. That's all they just said in a fancy way. He's athletic. Oh, size and arm, athletic. Throws blazing heat, athletic. Delivers long off-platform throws. Oh, athletic. Oh, you're telling me he's big with an arm. You're telling me he's athletic. Will stand his ground and take punishing hits. He's big. Able to keep eyes downfield, definitely sliding around the pocket pressure. You're telling me he's athletic again. 32 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. I mean, you're basically telling me over and over and over. Strong against potential sacks. You're just telling me he's athletic. And then you get to the weaknesses. Now you're telling me he needs some development as a quarterback. The mind, cerebral, disturbing lack of placement and timing. Completed only 38% of his passes. Struggles with anticipatory throws. Running receivers into collisions, telegraph throws between the hashes, desires to throw the ball through receivers, inconsistent tying his feet to eyes and squaring his targets, frequently forces moving targets to break stride. So you're telling me he needs work as a quarterback? For us to be thinking that Joe Milton is coming in here to take Dak Prescott's place is crazy. And for Shady McCoy to say what he said is crazy. It's crazy. It is crazy. And again, boy, this thing with Shady McCoy, boy, this got to be the craziest thing I've heard, man. It's got to be the craziest thing I've heard. It's crazy. Hey, them rings, man, them things work. You can do them rings at the club, but people who know football, man, they ain't listening to you, man. Yeah, I don't even know if he was hurt. I just think they didn't play him. He wasn't good by that time. Ice Cold said Shady decoy. Yes, sir. He wasn't good at that time. Coyote said he didn't do anything. He was a practice squad guy. I'm telling you, he didn't do nothing. and be the Booby D done tripped out in here. Booby D said he be the main one talking reckless about Dak, and he had on house shoes during the Super Bowl. Boy, you done went crazy up in here, Booby D. Boy, you done went crazy up in here, man. Boy, this dude is tripping, boy. Boy, this dude, man, I'm just telling you, this dude's Shady crazy, man. Man, Miss Major, she said it's still facts. Shady ain't done nothing. Man, you can't, I'm sorry, man. Man, this dude is all to be, the dude who wrote this ought to be ashamed of himself. Azteca, Jimmy Garoppolo is a Super Bowl champion. Again. Hey, Azteca, Jimmy Garoppolo can actually say more than Shady McCoy. He at least played in the Super Bowl. He can say, hey, I played in one, and I was on one, and I was on the team that won one. At least he can say that much. I'm just telling us. Boy, I'm just telling us, it's just crazy to hear this dude say this, man. Man, Alejandro, the irony is because he always saying how he gave crazy work. Yeah, on non-championship teams. Oh, man, Dominique, boy, you... Boy, Dominique people said me and Shady McCoy had the same stats in the Super Bowl. Boy, I'm telling you, man, this dude deserves to be clowned because that is the only reason why this dude makes this comment. This dude is not making this comment based on, he's not making this comment based on facts. It's one thing to say Joe Milton is talented. It's another thing to say that Dak Prescott ought to find a realtor. This is crazy. Jay Scott said the cheerleaders will run him over. Miss Major said Shady McCloud and Dan Orlowski are both delusional. Everything they say is a joke. It's facts. It is. And I think they just say stuff I think they say stuff for the effect. Lost in translation, he said the water boy saw more in the field action than Shady McCoy. Boy, I'm going to tell y'all, man, I'm going to make a video. I'm going to make the video I'm going to make. The video I'm going to make is y'all just straight up clowning Shady McCoy. He deserves this. This is crazy work. It's crazy work. Top Gunner said Shady know he ain't earned his rings and his hairline is gone. That's why he acts the way he does. Deep down, he mad at himself. Man, I'm telling you, this dude is crazy. This dude is crazy for saying this, man. And then wondering why people laughing at him. Of course they're laughing at him. It's stupid. It is. Eddie Lowe said he the champion holding the clipboard. It is crazy for this man to be saying that. It is crazy. Nah, I'm awake. Hey, what's going on, awake? I'm awake. Nah, bro, we ain't hurt. I'm telling you, I done got my laugh for the day. I'm not hurt. Because I like the Joe Milton pick. I'm not hurt about it. I like Joe Milton. But what I can't get with is I can't get with someone saying a Super Bowl champion. Come on, man. That is so misleading. Boy, that is so misleading. I don't know what to tell you. Miss Major said, I'm not understanding why it's dirty birds in here. All my DC4L fam, can y'all imagine winning the Super Bowl, then run into an Eagles chat? Then run into an Eagles chat to run with them. She said, my goodness, I can tell you I won't be doing it. Cowboys win Super Bowl. I'm not running anybody's chat but the Cowboys. Robert, he said, Joy. He said, Joy got Shady's job. Boy, man, I'm telling you. Boy, y'all killing me in here, man. All right, guys. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I keep saying this, but Saturday. No, tomorrow's Friday. I'm on the grind. Lunchtime, we're going to dedicate about 45 minutes to call in. And then when I come back at 4:30, we're going to dedicate about 45 minutes to call in. I do want to hear y'all voices. I'm losing mine because I've been talking so much and now I'm laughing. But boy, I appreciate y'all, man, boy. Boy, y'all got me rolling up in here. Steve Campanella, he said he's one of those guys. He said, well, you respected him as a player, but as a person, when he opens his mouth, you ready to smack him with a raw pork chop. Boy, hey, Steve, hey, man, facts, boy. Man, he be saying some of the most out-of-pocket stuff, man. He says some of the most out-of-pocket stuff. He does. Coyote. Coyote said he had to clean his jersey after the Super Bowls. Boy, y'all killing me, man. Boy, y'all killing me, boy. But it's straight. You know what? It's funny, but it's not because it's actually the truth. Boy, this stuff is actually the truth. Oh, Shady McCoy, it's the truth. It's the truth. This dude, and for this guy to call this dude, he said, for him, the title of this thing is crazy. The title of this thing is crazy, boy. This man says a Super Bowl champion. Super Bowl champion. Stop it. Stop it. It's crazy. It's pure craziness. Boy, y'all got me tonight, boy. This is crazy. The dude said Milton was an odd sudden target. Then again, options were limited at this point for backup quarterbacks. The dude, good to see you. Yeah, I get you. Miss Matrix said 2 little rings, shaking my head. McCoy got both of them. Boy, I'm telling you, man, this dude is crazy, boy. Hey, Drew 912. Let me tell you something. What you're saying is fact. But can we wait until it happens? Nobody was saying that Tom Brady was about to come in and overtake Drew Bledsoe and go to the Super Bowl. Nobody was saying that. Nobody was saying that about Drew Bledsoe. And I'm going to tell you something about Drew Bledsoe. Drew Bledsoe got dealt a bad hand. Drew Bledsoe would have went to that first Super Bowl and won it too. Because anyone remembers, wasn't it the AFC Championship game after Drew Bledsoe lost his job due to injury? Didn't Tom Brady miss, was it the AFC Championship game? Drew Bledsoe comes in and wins that game. And what did Bill Belichick do? He decided to still roll with one Tom Brady. Drew Bledsoe could have won that Super Bowl and would have won that Super Bowl too, I believe. But we'll never know. But I believe he would have won it too because he actually won the game that got him to the Super Bowl. Man, we like our guys. Boy, you're 100% right. They like they don't won 10 Super Bowls. Boy, they said and Wentz doesn't stick out his chest about that Super Bowl because he did play in it. Facts. Nisi, we're going to have to change our vocabulary. Every player that is played in the Super Bowl, they need to get the same treatment that this dude is giving Shady McCoy. Super Bowl winner. Stop it. Super Bowl winner. Super Bowl winner. Stop it. Drew 912. You're making good points. It's not that you're making good points. You are, Drew 912. I respect your football knowledge. But we can't say this about Joe Milton. You know why? Because you're talking in hindsight is 2020. You're talking in hindsight is 2020. But what we know right now, can we just give the young man time to develop? Can we let him sit behind Dak Prescott for a season or two? Can we let him develop? Maybe the Cowboys trade him. Never know. Maybe the Cowboys say, hey, we've developed Joe Milton. He's looking pretty good. Anybody want Joe Milton? I'm just saying. DJ Bruce Wayne, what he said, I can't understand nothing Shady says. His speech pattern is horrible. Man, I'm telling you, this dude is crazy. I'm with you, DJ Bruce Wayne. I can't, man. I can't with this dude. I can't. And then the dude who wrote this, boy, he need to be ashamed of himself. Dude need to be ashamed of himself. Dude need to be ashamed of himself, man. He does. But again, let me read a couple more comments and I'm going to get out of here. Then we're going to do 2 call-in shows tomorrow. I'm going to make sure of that. What's up, my man, Rolando Rodriguez? Yes, sir, Tom Brady. But again, we're talking in hindsight, guys. We're not talking because for every one of these quarterbacks that we could name that was drafted in the 6th round, in the 4th round, and they made something of themselves. We can go back on these we can go back and name other quarterbacks that were drafted in those rounds, and they didn't equate to nothing. They didn't equate to nothing. As well as we can go and pull 1st-round draft picks. They didn't equate to nothing either. Again, can we wait? Can we give Joe Milton time? Can we give him time? He's talented, but he needs development. He needs a lot of development. And I'm hoping that he gets it with the Cowboys because, again, I'm hoping we don't see this guy for 4 years. I want Dak Prescott to be healthy because when Dak Prescott is healthy, you're winning games. Period. End of story. All we got to do now is get this team built right to where when we get to the playoffs, we're going to be able to do that too. But again, I'm going to give Lesean the last word. Lesean said Shady got 2 pop rings. I'm sorry. I'm laughing, but it's facts. Man, I look forward to seeing y'all again tomorrow if the Lord is willing. We're going to do 2 shows. We're going to do, I think, around 11:30, either 11 or 11:30. Depending on what the news is, we might do 11 o'clock. We're going to do 11 o'clock, and we're going to do 4 o'clock. We'll be back again tomorrow. I appreciate y'all again. Y'all make sure y'all like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell. Until the next time, let's talk Cowboys. We talk facts. Appreciate you all. Peace.